Hi, I'm Jeremy Crosby.
And I'm Nick Boucher. We're your hosts for the program that's all about your city, Talking Fitchburg.
Every weekday, we pull together the news, events, and information you need to stay on top of what's happening in the city of Fitchburg.
Find Talking Fitchburg on cable TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our live stream on the web. Plus, you can find all our headlines and stories on Facebook, YouTube, and our video on demand service. This is your city.
Keep up with Talking Fitchburg and the issues affecting you and your neighbors.
Want to know what's happening in your city? Get Notify Me messages from the City of Fitchburg. Visit fitchburgwi.gov on your computer or mobile device and select the big Notify Me button on the left. Enter your email and/or phone number, whichever is best for you to get notifications. Scroll down the list and select all the topics you're interested in to receive email or text messages about. You'll be notified every time one of your topics is updated. Sign up for Notify Me, one more way to keep up with your Fitchburg government.
Well, good morning and welcome to the City of Fitchburg's Board of Review. The hour of 9 o'clock has arrived on Thursday, July 24th, 2025, and the Board of Review has been called to order. Welcome. I am Sean Paff, the chair of the committee, and I will ask Madam Clerk Tracy Oldenburg, who always does a professional job, who will be helping us through this process, to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Bloomquist is absent with excuse. Krim Jr. is absent with excuse. Sean Paff.
Present.
Carol Poole.
Here.
Sharif Atun is absent with excuse. Amanda Canessa.
Here.
Andrew Slager.
Present.
Mark Fairchild.
Present.
You do have a quorum.
Madam Chair, thank you and welcome to all of you here for serving. And Amanda, thank you for joining us in this journey this year. At this time, item 3A, approval of minutes. I'd ask Member Poole for approval of draft minutes from August 20th of 2024.
Poole moves approval of the minutes from our meetings on August 20th of 2024 and June 11th of 2025.
Second.
Seconded by Fairchild. Is there any discussion? This committee met late last summer and closed the book on last year's Board of Review. All that is so well detailed in the minutes. Are there any discussion on the minutes? With not, all those in favor of approving the minutes of item 3A and 3B of August 20th, 24 and June 11th of 2025 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed with the same sign? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Item number 4, confirmation of appropriate Board of Review and open meetings notices. Madam Clerk, I will defer to you on that.
Thank you, Chair. As we discussed at the first meeting where we adjourned till today's date, this meeting was published in the newspaper on May 12th, and it was also posted on the front door of City Hall as required by state statutes.
So all the requisite procedures were followed to appropriately notice this meeting.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you for that. And at this time, item 5, select of Board of Review Vice Chairperson. At this time, I will take some nominations from the floor. Otherwise, I really don't like to do this, but I've got an idea of who to nominate. So
Or someone can volunteer.
I would make a nomination of Andrew Sligert to serve as our Vice President. Is there a second to that?
I would second that nomination.
Second. Madam Chair, do I need to ask 3 times or no? Or just since we have somebody? Anybody else interested in serving as Vice President? Is there anyone else interested in serving as Vice President? Is there anyone else interested in serving as Vice President? With that, the motion of Andrew Sligert is before us. Is there any discussion on that?
My discussion is I have an extra job now that may greatly reduce my availability.
We can always work through that, friend.
Okay.
Always work through that. I recommended you for this, Andrew, because you are a smart guy, you're committed to your community, and you know how the system works. And the clerk always does an amazing job with what they call Google calendars and figuring out when we're all free. So we will happily do that, Andrew. And again, if you can't make a meeting, you and I, our schedules, we just won't plan a trip together this summer, you and I. We will figure that out.
Okay.
Thank you for stepping up, sir. All those in favor of appointing Andrew Schlegel as Vice Chair of the Board of Review signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Madam Chair, Andrew is our Vice Chair, or Madam Clerk.
Wonderful. And for the record, can I just point out that Elton Krim Jr. has joined us?
Thank you. Welcome
Thank you.
again. Back for another year, right, Elton?
Yeah, I apologize.
You're all good, bud. You're all good. All right. Item 6. We're going to verify at least one of our Board of Review members has met the annual mandatory training requirements as required. Madam Clerk, can you help us with that, please?
Yes, thank you. As we discussed during our first meeting where we met to adjourn, Richard Bloomquist took the training on April 22nd, as well as Carol Poole took the training on April 22nd. This was an in-person training. We have met the requirements for at least one board member to attend training with 2 of them.
Well, thank you to both of you and Carol. I hope you found that informative. And as the requirement is, at least one of us has to do that every year. Okay. Item 7, filing and summary of annual assessment report by Assessor's Office. Chris, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Sure.
If you want to introduce yourself and take it from there.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'm Chris Leitz, been the city assessor here in Fitchburg now since January 2023, so this will be my 3rd assessment role completed here in the city. I believe all of you were here at the meeting a little over a month ago, but just to summarize, we did a interim market update revaluation this year. We sent notices of changed assessment to approximately 9,888 tax parcels on June 6th. Open book was held from June 9th through June 9th through June 18th. In that process, we received roughly, I can get the exact numbers for you here, hang on one moment. Throughout the open book process, we have had just shy of 350 total inquiries during open book. A lot of those are going to be just kind of general questions and answers, not necessarily formal appeals, if you will. Of that close to 350, we had, let's see here, about, what is that? Just shy of 200 parcels that actually more or less challenged their assessment. Of those roughly 200, a little over half remained unchanged, and then a little under half had changed values during open book. To that end, most of those were, kind of residential data inaccuracies. We had some commercial properties that we didn't previously have income and expense on. They provided it during open book. So the agenda or the objection forms that we've received at this point, most of them, I believe we have had some contact with it in one way or another. So not all, but most of them. So to back up a little bit further, we reviewed close to 500 sales for validity, whether or not they were arm's length. We saw an average increase throughout the city of around, on the residential side, around 10%. Now, of course, there's going to be some variability between neighborhoods.
Of purchase price, you're
talking. Of purchase price, yeah, and assessed value. So, by and large, our average home in Fitchburg is now just over $500,000. I believe it's $504,000, which represents almost exactly a 10% increase from last year, where we also did a revaluation. So market values continue to increase, and as such, our assessments have as well. So that's kind of the cliff notes. We reviewed close to, I think it was around 1,500 parcels this year, just physically in one way or another. I think that's the cliff notes.
Chris,
yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for all your work and for your team. Couple quick questions.
Yeah.
One more time, how many parcels are in the city? Do you know, commercial in residential?
That's a good question. Right now, we have just shy of 10,500 taxable or assessable parcels. Some of those are going to be exempt, but
And that includes commercial and
commercial,
everything
residential, commercial, residential exempt.
10,000.
10,000.
that includes all of now our part of the town of Madison, which is city of has all been folded in, correct?
Exactly. Town of Madison was fully brought in 2023. Last year, or 2024, was the first year we did a full revaluation of the entire city, including the town of Madison. So this is essentially the town of Madison's third year in our books.
Okay, and Chris, this was the third assessment 3 years in a row. Is that correct? Am I saying that? Just want to. The third time you've been out there. What am I trying to ask you about the third?
This is the second consecutive revaluation.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. So we did one in 2024. 2023 was what's called a maintenance year, which is where essentially we're just making changes for physical data changes. We're not making any market adjustments. So. Backing up to 2024, if you all remember, last year we saw roughly a 20, I believe it was a 20% or 23%, sticks in my head, increase for residential class property, which really represents most of our parcels here in Fitchburg. But you know, the 10% that we're seeing now is 1 year of market change, which would track. So 2024, that 20% increase was accounting for essentially 2 years of market change. So
never to pin you down, Chris, but just to ask moving forward. Do you believe the cadence would be even numbered year reval, or odd number year reval, even number year maintenance, kind of getting into every other year pattern here?
Correct. Yeah, that's the current plan. Of course, if things were to change drastically with the market, correct, council and the mayor would like us to do one, we would follow.
You've basically been quote unquote caught up. You're getting caught up now.
Yeah, essentially the intent is to do them in odd numbered years because Tracy and her team have a lot of election work to do, and so when we do board of review, she also has a lot of work to do in her team as well. So the intent is to offset these revaluation years in non-election years to balance staff time and make us a little bit more efficient.
Can I ask those questions for members of the public and for this committee, just because I'm sure people have asked and we're hearing that, I mean, this is the second year in a row. So appreciate that, and the public hears that from you, of course, not pinning you down, Chris.
Sure.
Are there any, the filing has occurred. Item number 8, receipt of the assessment roll by the clerk from the assessor. I guess we get a little performance here. I love that. Roll the cameras here. The official act, folks. Not everything is electronic these days. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy was at the weight room here this morning. She's ready for that. So now that you've received that, we'll put this right in the front bill here. Thank you. This document reflects what our city assessor Chris Leitz just walked us through, the parcels in the city of Fitchburg. These are all open to the public, and these are public documents. We received that. Okay, now we're going to receive assessment roll and sworn statements from the clerk. Item number 9.
Thank you, Chair. So in front of you, you have the assessment roll, and yesterday, City Assessor Leitz had signed the assessor's affidavit that the notice of the change assessment roll is required by state law were deposited in the U.S. mail on 6/6 of 2025, and he did sign it. I then signed as his witness. So the affidavit has been completed, and I think that's it.
Okay. Okay. A lot of wind up here, guys, but we're hanging in there. Okay, item number 10. We're going to review the assessment roll and perform statutory duties. We're going to examine the assessment roll. Madam Clerk, what does that entail?
So I will let Assessor Leitz explain that the book is split up into it's split into 2 books, and the properties are arranged by parcel number.
Yep.
Books contain all parcel numbers that the city has, and you're welcome to pass those books around. Look up your own property on there to make sure that your assessment is right as well. But I can let Chris speak to that as well.
Chris, why don't you walk us through all of the items in item 10, if you wouldn't mind?
Yeah, sure. So, so the book, or the two books, I should say, that sit before you are the full assessment roll. So, as part of our process, Dane County Real Property Office, they manage Access Dane, and similarly, we send them our assessment roll at the completion of the year. So, we send them our assessment roll as completed. They put it out on their website. They essentially print it for us as well. So what you see before you is every taxable parcel, every tax parcel here in the city. The book is arranged by, or the books are arranged by parcel number order. So it's split into two books because, well, obviously that's a lot of pages for one binding. So to that end, every parcel we've got is in there. As you kind of thumb through it, you'll note that there's a number of parcels that have been changed since it was printed. There's been a couple of ongoing discussions following open book with some property owners. Some folks were on vacation for whatever reason. They weren't able to contact us during open book. So we made some changes as needed. I've done that procedurally with red ink in there. We've noted them with little, what do you want to call it, Post-it notes. And so that roll is essentially balanced with the county. It's the final assessment roll. And so now at this point, the only folks who can change that are you all. So, and the ones that were changed, I should note, there's a statutory requirement that you get notified of your change assessment in a revaluation year no less than 30 days before the Board of Review. There's a waiver process essentially where property owners can waive that 30-day notice requirement. So for all the properties that have changed in there, all those property owners are aware of those assessments as they are, and they followed the proper procedures.
Chris, just mechanically here, the document is it single family, then condos, commercial, or is it alphabetical? Is it by school district?
It's all parcel number order.
So
it's going to be mixed in. You'll have commercial next to residential, next to exempt, and all that.
So the verbiage we use is parcel numbers
Yes.
mostly. We're not using 101 Main Street. We're using a parcel number.
Parcel number, correct.
Okay. Just so the public knows how we're referencing properties. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, excellent. Anything else on item 10, A, B, C, and D? I guess, Mike, this question for the group real quickly is, do you run into a lot of double assessed properties, and you have a pretty good system of flagging that, I'm assuming?
Yes, yeah. To answer kind of maybe a more larger question, we have no description or calculation errors, no omitted property, and no double assessed property to our knowledge at this point. We have a pretty extensive QC process that we work through. That's why, working with the county is quite helpful, because we send them our assessment roll, and there's kind of a back and forth exchange of information where she'll say, hey, here's what I have the assessment roll at. We're off by such
so
and
the
such.
systems can talk to each other.
Exactly.
We're all, and that is that consistent throughout the area, that all the municipalities have the same system?
Yes, I believe so. Maybe with the exception of Madison. Ian back there could probably answer that question a little bit better, but I believe Madison does it all on their own. So we send ours to the county. Every other municipality, to my knowledge, works with the county in that regard.
Okay, so the roll is in front of us. Item 10 has been finalized here. Item number 11, we will discuss and take any action if required to certify all corrections of error under state law, section 70.43 of Wisconsin statutes. Anything we need to act on, Chris?
No, with that one, those are errors that there's a few different ways of handling them, and thankfully enough, we haven't had any for this last year. Typically, the way we've handled these is if they get caught within a certain time frame, there's a couple different options that you can pursue, and so we had a couple of claims that could have fallen under this statute, but were corrected through a different fashion. So we have nothing outstanding in that regard.
Okay, good. Then we'll move on to item 12. Discussion, possible action on verify with the assessor that the open book changes are included in the assessment roll. So if you could walk us through that process and then answer that question. And if we need to act on anything, please advise.
Certainly, yeah. So as I mentioned, we held open book from June 9th through June 18th and had some kind of follow-up discussions up until really a couple days ago. So all of the changes that have been made as a result of Open Book are reflected in those. They've all been properly notified. And so, yes, the assessment roll is presented before you, has all the Open Book changes. It's the finalized version. So there's no action that needs to be taken in that regard.
Okay, all right. Item number 13, consideration of requests for waiver of the 48-hour notice of intent to file an objection when there is a good cause. Tracy, I'm assuming I'm going to you on this, correct? Because you're kind of the timekeeper?
That's correct. As of now, there has been nobody requesting a waiver of the 48-hour notice to appear. I just kind of briefly want to go over what's in front of you in your packet materials, okay?
If this is the appropriate time to do it, please do so.
Yep, as we move forward. So you have the schedule, the appointment schedule. It's color-coded. The top of the schedule shows all the residential objections and notice of intent to file. And then on the second page, halfway down to the bottom, are all the commercial ones. The ones highlighted in green are the ones that we have scheduled for this afternoon.
Green means go, folks.
Yeah.
Tracy's getting back to my Sesame Street mind here. Thank you.
For their hearings.
Thank you.
The ones highlighted in yellow are ones that have been returned, and we'll need to schedule future dates for those.
Sure.
Anything that is in red has been withdrawn. Anything that does not have a highlight on it has been, these are residents that have requested a packet or gave notice of intent, but we have not received any information from them as of today. Please let it be known that they have until 11 o'clock to turn in any type of paperwork in order to still have a hearing scheduled for a future date. Halfway down on the second page are the commercial ones. You'll see that there's some highlighted in red. Those have been withdrawn. The ones highlighted in yellow are ones that we should schedule for a future date. We have received paperwork from them. And then the ones highlighted in the orange are, we have received paperwork from them, and we've also received request for waiver. You'll see there are two in the top that have given notice of intent and or were emailed a packet, but we have not received any information from them as of today.
And when is that deadline? That they
11 a.m.
So if it received in the mail today at 2 o'clock, are they still good or no?
Nope.
Okay. And
Has
they've
to
been
be
full-
received within the first 2 hours of the meeting.
they've-
So technically, you called the meeting to order at 9:05, so we have till 11:05.
Got it. We'll defer to you, and Tracy will be
Yeah.
checking her email nonstop and checking its front desk.
Yep. And then the last page is notice of intent to file. That was withdrawn this morning. Your schedules were printed yesterday, so I just
Got it.
scribbled that off. So in your packet materials after the minutes are all the objection forms that have been received so far that are on this list. Unfortunately, they are not in the same order as the list. We do have all the commercial or all the residential ones first, and then the commercial ones after the residential ones. But I do promise you that all of your packet materials are in the same order as each other. So as you're going through reviewing process, you should be able to see everything in the packet together. Okay?
Stop there just a quick second. Amanda, not to put you on the spot, you're smart, of course, but any questions as a new person you have on this process at all, or anybody else have questions on this? No?
None so far.
Good. So we're just doing a lot of housekeeping here, and Chris, of course, keeping us busy here with all these potential hearings. So at this time, Tracy, I'm assuming that at this time, we are on going to go to 14 quickly. Considerations of request to testify by telephone or sworn written statement. Have you heard from any of those?
I have not had anybody turn in a form requesting to testify by telephone.
And they have until 11:05 a.m.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so that's kind of the setup here, 1 through 14. And now 15 is where we kind of meticulously have to go through some things. Am I correct, Tracy, on that? Or not quite yet? So we're right on number 15, review of objection forms filed for completeness and notice of intent to file with no objection form filed. What does that mean, Madam Clerk?
So that means that you start the process of going through the forms that are in front of
Okay.
you. I recommend that you take them one by one.
Sure.
If you'd like to read them into the record, I certainly can do that for you, or you can read them in.
Sure.
What we can do is we can make a motion on maybe all the residential ones as one, and then maybe all the commercial ones as
So let's you and I briefly talk about that. So I'd like to just kind of start the way you have it in the packet, but would prefer we do residential first.
correct.
So I guess process-wise, we go through the first one in front of us. If there's objection, we talk about that. Chris will walk us through some of the stuff, some of the, do the process as well. And then at the end, you would suggest a full motion on the residential?
On the residential.
Got it, and then we'll get to commercial. Are people comfortable with that process? All right. Okay, so let's get started here. Item number 15 is going to take us a little bit here. Review of objection forms filed for completeness and notice of intent to file with no objection form filed yet. Okay, item 15. I would like to start, if possible, folks, if all of you have, the parcel number is about a third of the way down on the right-hand side. It says legal description of parcel numbers. Everybody see where we're at on that?
Can I just add one last thing,
please.
Chair? Thank you. The first three objection forms, those are the cases you're going to hear this afternoon. So you may want to pull those
Okay.
out after
We go through.
they're approved or not, and then those are the ones you're going to hear this
So
afternoon.
just set those first three aside.
Correct.
That's the order you have them in. Good
Yes.
catch. Thank you for saying that. So everybody see the parcel number there? I will read the property, the first property, if that's okay, Tracy. The first legal description is parcel number 0609-161-4463-2. That property owner has filled out the paperwork. Chris and or Tracy, anything we should be looking for or that is missing, or have they followed the proper procedure?
This is one of, I think, two that I have maybe some issues.
Flagged a little bit here?
Say
You
again?
flagged these two, so to speak?
So this is one of them, yeah. So this one, they did not fill out completely their form. Let's see here. So under section 3, if you see where it says reason for objection and basis of estimate, it says overassessed, so that's been filled in. The next box over says basis for your opinion of value. So this is where I take issue. I spoke with our legal counsel this morning. We have an outside attorney.
Could you possibly read that for us, since you got those fancy glasses on? What is their basis for opinion?
There's nothing there.
Okay.
So
Oh, nothing, okay.
nothing there, yeah.
Yeah, there
So-
is. It says, I am submitting an objection regarding the assessed. You guys have this in front of you, that small little?
Are we looking at the?
Right here, basis for opinion.
Are we looking at the right? What form?
Placid Street.
Placid Street.
Objection. Am I seeing what I'm seeing, Tracy? Yeah. Chris, you may.
Am I looking at the wrong? I mean, I'm looking at the same form.
You're looking at 2592 Placid Street.
Yep. And then under the section 3, reason for basis.
Yep.
There's something in there. in
Correct.
that
Very
basis for
small
your-
font.
I can read it if you'd like.
Yeah, Andrew, read it for us, just so Chris can catch up here. Yes, sir.
It's Fairchild reading.
Sure.
I am submitting an objection regarding the assessed value of my property. Comparable Homes dash 3043 Rose Common Terrace, 5721 Ross Lair Lane.
Yep.
5531 Quarry Hill Drive, 5729 Rossler Lane, and 2684 Oak Knoll Drive, all built around the same time and with similar square footage, were sold in 2024. Even without factoring in upgrades or advantages such as location or school district, a simple market comparison yields an average value of $574,500. Therefore, I believe the current assessed value of my property does not accurately reflect its fair, and it is cut off.
I
after
would
that.
say that would say market
Something to
value.
the
Fair market
We are making an assumption, but it appears that would be what the tops of the letter say.
Can I come just take a look at one of you
Please,
guys' forms?
go, Tracy can show you real quickly what we got here. Please, by all means.
Maybe it didn't come through on the electronic copy, but when it's printed, it did.
No problem.
All right, to that end, I'll pull back everything that I was saying. That didn't come through on the electronic version, so I apologize. So that one I'm good with, to that end.
Okay. Any questions to that? Thank you, Mark, for that, and for everybody working through this. This is a good process. Let's set that one aside here. It's a good thing. We'll get to that one. Okay, Madam Clerk, going to keep rolling here. Okay, the second one in front of us is parcel number 0609-112-6237-2 5227 T-Berry Lane, Fitchburg. Chris.
That one I don't have any issues with.
Okay, let's just take a moment, folks, to look through all this stuff. You see there's a spreadsheet there, pretty detailed narrative on the second page, and then the spreadsheet from the homeowner is on the third page. And then there's the notice from that. So you're comfortable with this one, Chris?
Yes.
Anybody on this group have any questions for Chris or objections? Okay, we'll set that one aside. Keep that for future reference. Third property we're going to move on to is parcel 0609-241-8565-1 4859 Maple Avenue, Fitchburg. Chris.
No issues.
Anybody else? You see in this packet, for the record, we have the objection form, and we have the notice to appear before the Board of Review all put there. Perfect. So those three, Tracy, we don't have to do a separate motion, just keep them aside, so we're going to be looking at them later, right?
You'll need to make a motion with all the other residential ones to
But
accept
just set
them.
these three out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you were saying. Okay, great. Okay, get myself organized here. Okay, continue to move on to the residential. We have in front of us parcel number 0609-053-6719-2, 24 Windswept Way, Fitchburg. Assessor Chris.
Let me get it pulled up here.
Carol, you're always meticulous, so make sure you're looking through these as well.
Yeah, no issues with this one.
And what we're looking for is if the form isn't filled out correctly, Chris and his team has obviously gone through this, but it's our responsibility to the public that we go through it as well. So if there's something missing, that's what you're looking for. Okay, let's move on. So that one's going to keep going. Okay, now we're going to move on to parcel number 0609-053-6705-2, 15 Windswept Way in the city of Fitchburg. Assessor Chris.
Yep, no issues with this form.
Okay, so Chris, when they say basis for your opinion of assessed value, it says recent sales of comparables. Those don't need to be included, the references, their examples in their objection form or not?
Technically, no.
Okay.
In this case, we'd
Just
like
asking,
to see it, but
I'm fine if you are, as long as we're not.
yeah.
Amanda, please.
Chairperson, I mean, it's probably fine, but it just says huge discrepancy between city of, and on my page, on section 3, reason for objection and basis of estimate.
It does say that, and maybe we're missing the, Madam Clerk, just the next line, or maybe it was cut off on the small box. Maybe these forms are sensitive. Go ahead, Tracy, if you know what we're talking about here. Good eye, Amanda.
15 Windswept.
15, section 3. Windswept Way.
That is how it came off on my form. This form was sent electronically. So that is all the information that I have as well.
I hear you.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. And then they have a next form, agent authorization. They do have an address of somebody that we can communicate over email, so that is all that. The phone number is missing one number. If you look on that next page of Henry Luxem. In this instance, as Tracy's looking up, I mean, I guess maybe this is in my discretion, if you guys wouldn't mind, I am comfortable with this just because I don't want to get, if the assessor's okay with it, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but electronic forms, just don't want to get.
No, I have no issue. That's
Okay, all right, thanks for bringing it up, though, I appreciate it. No, you're right. Tracy will track down that stuff if she can. If not, it is what it is. And Chris, you're okay with it?
Yeah, I would make a note just that it's on the objection form as to their phone number. You know, it has the agent listed on there. I'm assuming that the agent authorization form, and, you know, I don't know if you guys have filled out these PDFs that are fillable online, they can pose some technological quandaries, if you will.
Right.
So,
right.
You know, to that end, I would say it's.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree. That's, okay. Everybody else okay with this? Eldon, Mark, Andrew? Okay. Carol, you good?
Yep.
Good. Okay, a lot going on in Windswept Way here. Next property, 0609-053-6725-2, 30 Windswept Way is in front of you folks. And Chris, your thoughts?
Yep, similar. No issues with this form.
Guy did it right, old school. Just fill it out by hand. Everybody else good? Okay, again, another one here. 0609-053-6729-2, 32 Windswept Way. Chris and or committee members, any thoughts? 2 pages here.
Yeah, no issues on this one. The one thing that I would, let me just double check here. Hang on. Okay. Yep, no issues with this one.
So I guess my question for you is just a process question. I see Henry Luxem's name's here twice as authorized agent, but he lives in the condos, that same condo area. Is that just the neighbors helping out or something like that, or?
I'm not totally sure. I believe.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I think he's might be the president of the HOA or
got
something.
it. That makes a ton of sense. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. Next one is 0609-053-6707-2, 16 Windswept Way. This person is acting on their own behalf. Chris, any objection?
Yep, no issues with this one.
Hearing none, continue. And 0609-053-6709-2, 17 Windswept Way is in front of you. And in section 3, where it says reason for objection, people can put their own thoughts on there, right? They don't need to cite anything or anything like that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's their basis for their opinion of assessed value. So
got it.
I think that's where they're getting it from. That's really what the form's looking for, is to kind of inform you all of
why they're in front of us.
Yeah, exactly.
What part of the city is Windswept Way again?
It's right on the corner of Seminole and McKee. So if you're familiar with Seminole Village condos,
correct.
I believe that's on I guess that would be the north northeast side.
Correct.
Across Seminole from there, behind the, I believe it's behind the Stark building.
That's windswept,
Yeah.
that's right. Verroquid Drive you got to take to get in, that's what I thought.
I have a question on this one.
Yes, please.
In the box, your opinion of assessed value, they say 450,000, but the basis of the opinion is 472,000.
That's, they can put what they want.
Are you looking for my
Yeah,
insight
just
on
your
that?
thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they can base it off of Zillow. That can be their basis, but they may have other, you know.
And that, as you know, Andrew, kind of comes to the nub of what this committee is the taxpayer and the homeowner has to provide their data for that. So that's a great catch, Andrew. That's kind of a precursor. Okay. Still on the residential here. We are now moving on to more of a rural property here. I see in this one, I don't have a parcel number to read. I see White Plat Lot 11. Chris, is that enough or?
Yeah, so the way the form's written is it requires either the legal description or the parcel number, so.
For the record, Chris, is there any way you could
read
that parcel so we can put our notes and Tracy can put it in the file?
Certainly.
Just so we're kind of.
I've got that information if you need
Go
it
ahead,
as well.
Tracy.
Sure. Its address is 2434 County Highway MM, parcel 0609 134 7011-2.
Everybody got that? Okay. That's a good catch that we can have either way to do this. Chris, thoughts?
No issues with this one.
Okay. And then you see their justification behind that and a little note to us, all in the record. A couple page note there. Okay, back to Swan Creek here. Okay, Chris, again, legal description, primary single family home is what they have for a parcel or legal description. Does that fit the bill in your?
What parcel is this for again?
This is 2876 Crinkle Root Drive.
So I think that's a decision for the board to have to make. I would say no, but that's my own opinion.
Okay, and the reason you would say no in your professional experience?
Because it A, doesn't have the parcel number, B, does not have the legal description. I think the intent here behind this section of the form is to get to the specific property that you're discussing. I think, you know, throughout the state, and even here in Fitchburg, not all parcel numbers have addresses, I guess, or easy to follow addresses. Particularly, you know, you might have vacant lots, you might have, you know, ag parcels. You know, to that end, you know, I think it's been filled out. You know, you can get to the information that you need to get to. The property address is there. I don't think that box is correctly filled in. It does say on the changed assessment notice in parentheses there behind that. So I don't think it's, again, I don't think it's correct, but I guess that would be more of a decision for you all. And I guess this is part of maybe a separate discussion, is if you were intending to dismiss an objection form for not being complete, my recommendation would be to at least allow the property owner to, you know, state why it was filled out incorrectly.
This is
and
where
then
maybe
make a decision.
This is maybe where my predecessor in this chair may disagree with me, but I think with the address here, and we all can know what 2876 Crinkle Root Drive is, I would say that we would move forward. Now I know we've got to stick to the process, but this is, the intention is there. I mean, the form, again, I'll defer to the group here. Go ahead, Mark.
Chris, is 2876 Crinkle Root Drive, do you know, is there only one parcel at that?
That's a good question. Let me double check, but there should be just one parcel. Let me search it quick.
I'm fine with it. But Amanda, any thoughts? defer to you, your legal mind. And if not, it's okay.
Yep, there's just one parcel addressed as 2876 Crinkle Root Drive.
I would, go ahead, Amanda.
I think that there's a way for us to determine, based on the fact, I think Mark asked a good question, based on the fact that there's only one parcel at that address. I think the intention is for the board to be able to know where we're trying to address, and so I think there's enough information here to move forward, although, it might be helpful for this person to note that information going forward.
Eldon, you good? Andrew, you good on this one? Any objection to it? I mean, obviously we know what.
Could we get the parcel number, Chris, for the record?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that parcel number is 0609-112-7219-2.
Okay, let's keep this one going here, and Chris will send a note to say you got to get this filled out. Moving forward, we know. Moving forward, I guess, is the only question I have process-wise. Chris, will we refer to this property as Crinkle Root Drive or that parcel number that you referred to?
Either or is fine with me. My brain works in parcel numbers.
Let's stick with parcel numbers if you're okay with it, so we're all in the same language here. Okay, moving on. Back to parcel number 0609-091-6583-5, 13 Prairie Edge Way. Chris.
No issues with this form.
You do see some additional materials here, folks. And you do see their objection letter as part of the record. And a few, Exhibit A, page 1, Exhibit A, page 2. Very well done by the property owner. Exhibit A, page 5. Exhibit B, continue to move forward. And then Exhibit C. This is all part of this one, correct? Make sure I get this. Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
Page 3. All right.
And the property owner is in the audience today if you have any questions regarding his form.
Thank you, Donald, for being here and for your interest and for your organization and for your great handwriting, too, by the way. So thank you, sir. And we will make sure that we work you through the process, and Tracy can be your point of contact and all that good stuff. So thank you for coming. So we'll accept this one, Mr. Schinker's property, to be discussed. Okay, moving on, guys. We're moving on to parcel number 0609-081-6502-4, 5827 Schumann Drive. Any thoughts?
Actually, I do.
Yes, Carol.
A question. It says within the last.
Sorry.
It says within the last 10 years. Did you change this property, remodel it? It says yes, but there's no description down below. Oh wait, it got caught by the small letters again.
I was going to say this one I can see.
Yep, I see it now. Thank you. Sorry.
All good. All good, Carol.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
And it might be for Tracy. The parcel number is on the objection form, but it's just not on your color-coded beautiful spreadsheet here, Tracy. Is that important at all?
I'm sorry, which one?
Schumann.
Schumann, it's line 5 on your spreadsheet.
Just need to add the
I
parcel.
don't think that impacts what we're doing here, but I just wanted to make sure it didn't.
Just moving forward, Tracy, you just need to add the parcel number for line 5.
Thank you.
No problem. Good catch, Andrew.
Thank you.
Any objections from Chris or members of this committee?
None for me.
Okay, a few handouts here that go with that. Property owner has put together a packet for us. All received, all met the bill. Okay, parcel number 0609 0842674-2, 2760 Leo and Mary Street, Fitchburg. Amanda.
Chairperson, I had one prior to that. I don't know if they're just in a different order.
Oh, did I skip over one? Oh, my fault. Hold on. Yep, I did. Yep. Back up. Okay, beep. Backing up here. Okay. Sorry about that. Good catch. Thank you. 0609-081-6727-3, 5848 Park Hill Circle. Is that correct, Amanda? Am I on the right one that you have in front of you?
Yes, that's what I have in front of me.
Good. Thanks for the catch. Any thoughts here from Chris and members of this committee?
None for me.
Just looking to see if it fits no objections. And there is one handout behind that. Thank you. All right, here we go. 0609-084-2674-2, 2760 Leo Mary Street, the city of Fitchburg. There are about 4 or 5 pages of handouts here, of supporting material. Chris, anything from you?
No issues.
Okay. Committee members? All right, let's move on. I want to just stop here and catch my breath here. Is this Chalet Gardens moving into commercial, or are we still on residential? Tracy, can you help me here with that? Okay, let's pause. Thank you. This is the appropriate time for a motion? Tracy, to accept the residential without objections?
Yes.
Okay, this is always the fun part of this committee. So we're going to have Andrew, our vice president here, read through all of these properties, just parcel number one more time, and then we'll make a motion on that, okay? You okay with that, Andrew?
Or I can read through them, whichever is
No problem.
easier.
Yeah, leave it to the pro.
Leave it to the pros. So Tracy, what she's doing here is going through just meticulously the parcel number, and then we'll take a motion to accept these, and then you're going to set it. She'll let us know which ones to set aside for the hearings today. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I need a motion to approve the following residential property applications for 2592 Placid Street, parcel 0609-161-4463-2, 5227 T-Berry Lane, parcel number 0609-112-6237-2, 4859 Maple Avenue, parcel number 0609-241-8565-1, 24 Windswept Way, parcel number 0609-053-6719-2, 15 Windswept Way, parcel number 0609-053-6705-2, 30 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6725-2, 32 Windswept Way, parcel number 0609-053-6729-2, 16 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6707-2, 17 Windswept Way, parcel 0609-053-6709-2, 2434 County Highway MM, parcel 0609-134-7011-2, 2867 Crinkle Root Drive, parcel 0609-112-7219-2, 13 Prairie Edge Way, parcel 0609-091-6583-5, 5827 Schuman Drive, parcel 0609-081-6502-4, 5848 Park Hill Drive, or I'm sorry, Park Hill Circle, parcel 0609 081 6727-3, and 2760 Leo Mary 0609 084 2674-2.
So moved by Poole.
Second by Fairchild.
Okay, motion by Poole, second by Fairchild to accept these without objections to the record. Any discussion? These are the residential properties for the city of Fitchburg that have filed out the appropriate paperwork to be heard in front of this committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. And Tracy, which three are we supposed to set aside for today's hearing again?
So you will set aside 2592 Placid Street,
Got it.
5227 T-Berry Lane,
Got it.
and 4859 Maple Avenue. They should be the first three forms in your packet.
All right, everybody got that? Tracy, question, this gentleman from Mr. Schinker is here. He cannot schedule today with VCR, or could we schedule him as well if he'd like to be heard today, or is he prepared? I'm not trying to put him on the spot, but
That I'm not sure. That would be up to the assessing department whether or not they've had time to prepare.
The answer in that case would be no.
okay, no problem. Just no problem. All good. Thank you. Thank you all. So this means
Can I
that-
interrupt regarding a gentleman that has just entered the room?
Please.
Thank you.
take a 2-minute. Oh, excellent. Sir, we just have to fit within a time frame if you're here to object, so that's why the clerk came over. But if you're already scheduled, fantastic. Enjoy the facilities. We got a great library, all that good stuff. Anyway, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can't be the constant salesman here. All right, new role, Sean. Okay, all right. All right, so now, set this bad boy aside. Thank you, Tracy, for your organization, as usual. We will hear those to be determined, besides those three. Now we are moving on to, still on item number 15, for those following at home. Review of objection forms filed for completeness and notice of intent to file with no objection form filed yet with our city's commercial properties. Everybody know where we're at? Okay, starting out at this current juncture, 0609 052 23314. The address is Chalet Gardens Road, Belmar Apartment. Any objection? Chris, I'll let you start.
No issues with this form from my end.
Anybody else? Okay, continue to move on. Same part of the city, 0609 052 2353-8, 4929 Chalet Gardens Road. Objection form in front of you. We have an agent authorization form in front of you. Chris, thoughts?
No issues with this one.
Anybody else? You can go slower too, guys. Just bop me over the head here, proverbially. Okay, same part of the city here. 0609 052 2364-5, 4929 Chalet Gardens Road. Objection, agent authorization form. Chris, thoughts?
What was the address again? I'm
It was
sorry.
4929 Chalet Gardens Road. Property address is 4526 Thurston Lane, Unit 1.
Oh, sure. No issues.
Okay. Next one is 0609 052 2259-3, 2113 Red Arrow Trail in the city of Fitchburg. Objection form. Hearing none, moving on. 0690 05287-201, 2302 Chalet Gardens Road, with an agent authorization form attached. Hearing none. Okay, let me just get caught up here. Tracy, I love this color coding. Thank you. Very nice. Okay. Keep rolling here. 0609-052-8920-9. 4901 Chalet Gardens Road. Chris, my question on this one, is the agent authorization the same matching up to you guys? Maybe I'm just missing it. It seems like it is. Any objections?
None for me.
Okay. Just going to see where we're at here. Okay. Okay. All right. Tracy, as we go through this real quickly, are the waiver ones in here too? Is that why there's a big packet here?
That's correct.
Do we have to piece out those that are non-waiver versus the ones that we're going to hear, or they all
No.
go together? They all go together in a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing the right thing.
We're just reviewing the forms right now for completeness.
So keep rolling.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, all right, good. Thank you. Good clarification. Okay. 0609-052-8900-3, 4929 Chalet Gardens Road, with an agent authorization form. Hearing none. Okay, now we're starting to get into some of the waiver stuff here. Okay, all right, there we go. 0609-031-2273-0, 2001 Greenway Cross, City of Fitchburg.
Chair, could I ask a favor of you?
Yes,
As
sir.
you're reading these in, could you read off the property owner name as well?
Of course.
That's,
Yep.
Yeah, that's how I've got them listed.
Yep,
out
sorry.
on my
Good
computer
catch,
here.
Chris.
Thank you.
Franklin Square Condominium.
Thank you. Yeah, I got you now.
Good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Excellent. 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 Got a couple handouts there. All right, moving on. 0609-031-2086-7, 2004 Greenway Cross, Franklin Square Condominiums, LLC. Any objections? Okay, we've got couple forms of that, so be prepared. Okay, keeping rolling here. We now are on question. Carol, go ahead. I can go slower.
Hang on 1 second. I thought I saw 2 parcel numbers in his attachment. So is he just referring back to the 2 prior?
Yes.
In that third?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's the same outfit that's representing them, Carol.
Got it. Okay, I just wanted to
Right
make
here,
sure.
right, Andrew, there you're talking about this one. Yeah. Good catch, Carol. Yes.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So basically, to Chris's earlier point, this is an attachment to the Franklin Square condominium agent form. So they're grouped together. That's fair to do, right?
Right.
Okay, good catch, Carol. Okay, all right, keeping rolling here. 0609-031-5567-9, Fred Fitchburg Retail LLC, Fiduciary Real Estate Development, I believe that stands for. Chris, you know where I'm at, 2945 Fish Hatchery Road.
Yep, I got you.
All good? Okay. 0609-031-5517-2, 2981 Fish Hatchery Road, Fiduciary Real Estate Development, Fitchburg Retail LLC. They go by Fred. You see the basis for request on the second page for the waiver. We can talk about that down the road, kind of skipping this process all in general, their choice, of course. But with that, that's a different ballgame. Okay. 0609-031-7180-2. No address given, Chris. This is a Fred property, so unsure what to tell the committee if there's no address.
Yeah, so this would get to kind of the opposite of the point we had before. I'm guessing it's probably just a driveway or an outlot, but let me double check.
Take your time. Does everybody know what I'm saying here? No address.
Yeah.
And they are requesting a waiver to go directly to circuit court. This is on the north end of Fish Hatchery Road. For us Fitchburgians, as we drive that road 16 times a day.
Yeah, so this one doesn't have an address, at least seemingly a legal address. We have, the parcel number is correct. It's owned by the listed property owner, Fred Fitchburg Retail. It is an outlot, and most of those, well, not most of them, but some of them don't have addresses, is kind of what we're getting to here. So.
But they have the parcel number.
They got the parcel number, it's correct.
In the vein of Mark's earlier question, there's no duplicative property here, anything like that, that parcel number. We're all good.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Any objections?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think you may have skipped one parcel to.
Okay, let's get through this one, then we'll go back. Any objections to this one?
No.
Okay, let me go back, Andrew. Thank you. I'm usually pretty good at that, but I must have.
The parcel is 0609-031-5526-8.
You are correct. I did skip that one. And that property is 2975 Fish Hatchery Road. That just go back one. Any questions or objections? Good catch, Andrew. I see none. We'll accept that one, and then we've accepted 2981 Fish Hatchery Road. We have accepted that one, correct? 0609 031 5517-2. I'm going back.
All four are listed on the last page.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going then. Okay, so so the outlot we've accepted, knowing Chris's definition of how that works. And then the last page is the attachment. You will see these four properties. Everybody good on that? Thank you for the catch. Okay, let's keep going here. Tracy, I got a home office if you want to come and organize my paperwork there. I would happily, if you want to spend a weekend, that'd be great. Again, a side note here, she's not asking me to do this, but for the clerk to put this stuff together within a time frame of as important of a process of this, Tracy, we can't thank you and your staff enough for this. Thank you. And if you want to take me up on that offer, please do. 0609-031-5718-2, Value View LLC, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. And there are an objection form, Chris. You see that. You got a request for waiver and an agent authorization form. All goes with that property. Am I correct?
Yep.
Any objections by you or the members of this committee?
None by me.
Okay, keep rolling here. All right, 0609-033-4191-3, Hatchery Hill 3 LLC, 5550 Caddis Bend, City of Fitchburg. Objection, attachment form, request for waiver. No agent authorization on this one, am I correct? Don't see one. Okay, not 06 09-033-4191-3.
They're listed on the request for a waiver.
Right, the way Reinhardt does that is they send agent forms and then they list the parcels that they're agent for, so that might be an attachment to one of the other agent forms.
Okay, we'll keep going. Just want to make
Yep.
sure we catch that.
Yep,
Chris, do you have
thank
any-
you for
Do
asking.
you have any objections to that or not?
No,
Okay, as
They
long as you've
represent
seen standard procedure, that's fine.
yeah.
Yes, here it is right here. It's the last page, Tracy, you're correct. Okay. Okay, moving on. 06-09-033-4226-1, 2981 Cahill, Maine, Hatchery Hill 3 LLC. Objection form, waiver form, agent authorization, and then the agent authorization form with a date stamp of July 23rd. Any objections by the assessor or the committee?
None for me.
Okay. Okay, two parcels here. Or Chris, I'm going to read this and then you tell me what this means. 06-09-114-2484-2 includes parcels 06-09-114-3532-2 and 06-09-114-3453-2, Riva West, 5148 East Sherrill Parkway.
So I got a little bit on this one for
Okay.
you. So this is part of a current case that's pending in circuit court.
Okay.
Where this parcel is. It's we just finished up a court trial for 2022 and 2023. They're objecting as well in last year in 2024. And one of the big issues at hand here that I think we're gonna, I guess I'll start with this. My overall recommendation would be to postpone action on this one for now. And reserve the right to possibly dismiss later. So the large issue here is that they've listed the first tax parcel that you see there, 0609-114-2484-2, which if you look in the assessment roll, it carries, we're assessing all the parcels owned by this property owner, Riva West LLC, on that tax parcel. Now, what makes this somewhat complicated is that there's, I don't know how familiar you all are with Riva West or Avante, but they have two townhome buildings that are adjacent to the main three apartment buildings over there on East Sherrill, and those are included in the assessment. The objector's opinion is that they are only objecting to the three apartment parcels, which our belief is that that's not allowed, because the total value on that assessment roll includes essentially, I believe it's 13 total parcels, 9 townhomes, or maybe it's 15 total parcels, 9 townhomes, which are individually parceled, 3 apartment buildings, and then a few outlots. So state statute, where is it, 7047, sub 7, sub A, indicates, I'll read this into the record for you. It's a long reference, but near the end of it, it says, persons who own land and improvements to that land may object to the aggregate valuation of that land and improvements to that land, but no person who owns land and improvements to that land may object only to the valuation of that land or only to the valuation of the improvements of that land. So to that end, the way the statute is written is the objector has to object to the aggregate value as it is placed on the assessment roll, which in there is for essentially 13 parcels or 15 parcels, sorry, including the 9 townhomes. Their belief is that they're only objecting to the 3 main apartment parcels. So
So what they're doing, instead of looking at the whole property at all, they're just trying to peel out 3 of them?
yes, and so to make it even more complicated, if you were to go down further in this form, it would say, for example, it says, within the last 5 years was this property listed for sale? Has this property been changed in the last 10 years? There's, several other issues that we have with this form. I'll start with where it says within the last 10 years, did you change this property? It says, if yes, describe, and they noted water heater to the tune of $15,900. We know for sure that they've done a lot of brickwork to the tune of $200,000 to $400,000 or something along those lines. I don't know the exact numbers, so that would be incorrect. Also, the parcel this is after the assessment date, but those townhomes have since been split into condos, so that's another change. Where it says within the last 5 years was this property listed or offered for sale, and it indicates no. I don't know if all 9 townhomes have been listed for sale, but at the very least 5 of them have. So I guess the overall point that I'm trying to make here is that we see this form as being filled out incorrectly because we're valuing all those parcels together on the assessment roll. If you were to go to every one of those townhomes in there, you're not going to see a value. So, and that parcel that they've indicated here that they're objecting to is the parcel that carries all the assessments. So, and then lastly, one final thing is where it says within the last 5 years was this property appraised. It indicates yes, and one of the follow-up pages shows that there's been appraisals for the tax assessment challenges that they currently have. Additionally, there's been a mortgage that has been taken out in early 2025, in January of 2025, which would indicate that there's probably another appraisal out there. So, ultimately, there's a lot of questions on this one.
Is this the only one that you've seen this approach of this year's filings?
Yeah, this is the only one of theirs that I have kind of significant questions on.
Have you seen this tried in the past?
Not aside from in the court process currently. So it's, there's a lot going on here, and I think my overall recommendation with this one would be to just postpone it.
Okay.
And then we'll get to it, but we'd like to issue some subpoenas.
Yeah, let's, I just kind of, don't ever dare speak for anybody in this panel, but I would take the assessor's opinion very seriously about postponing, because I don't want to get into a discussion that can lead to this committee playing its hand beforehand and all that kind of stuff, because I'll just leave it at that.
Sure.
Any thoughts on that thought at all? I just think the postponement, just put it on ice for a little bit. Let Amy, who's Chris's counsel, our city assessing department's counsel, is well experienced in this stuff, and you'll meet her later in the process here in the next few months. Anybody object to that? And if we do move that direction, Madam Clerk, should we do that motion now, or just do it when we postpone this property? What do you think? Just do it now? Or?
My thought, yeah, I mean, I can.
Yeah, since you're reviewing it now and discussing it now.
Yeah, my thought would be the same. I mean, the rest of them, I will tell you now, I don't have any issues with. So.
Okay, let's pull this out, just get it on the record. Carol, you want to do, since you're so good at motions, kind of what we're thinking here, if you're okay with that?
Do we need a postponement date, Tracy? A specific date of when we're postponing it to?
You could generally postpone it till the next meeting date.
Okay.
It's not table, it's postponed, correct?
Postponed,
Okay.
right.
Just wanted to make sure. All right.
Read the parcel, Carol.
I will move to postpone action on the application or the objection placed by Riva West LLC for legal description 0609-114-2484-2, including parcels 0609-114-3532-2 and 0609-114-35432, and a slight correction, that's pool, moving this to postpone on these parcel numbers, not
Until
legal
this
description.
committee's next meeting date.
And we will postpone to the next meeting date.
Fairchild, second.
Fairchild, second. Any discussion on the recommendation of the city assessor? All those in favor of postponing this parcels to the next meeting of this committee to be determined with date, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Okay, let's just set that one out. Got it. Thank you. Chris, I look forward to your graduate seminar on that, what you just explained to us someday. I'll audit that class. Okay, keep it moving on here. Osprey Apartments, am I right in my order here? 0609-114-4282-2, and that is 5118 Lacey Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Request for waiver. Notice one parcel number only mentioned. Chris and/or members of this committee object to anything?
No issues on this one. The Riva one that we talked about is, I believe, the only one that really has that significant issue.
Good. I was impressed that I caught it right away, Chris.
you go.
Paying attention. All righty, keep going, guys. We're doing great here. Tracy, just for the record, this meeting started at 9:05. If anybody from the public wants to object, they need to be here at what time?
11:05.
11:05. Thank you. Get that on the record one more time. Okay, continue moving on. 0609-114-3708-2. 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, Prima Vista LLC. Request for waiver.
Can I just clear something?
Please.
I want to make sure
Yes,
we're on the objection forms. Yeah, we're not making.
Oh, that's
we're not
right.
on to making actions on.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Objection. We're going through
Sure.
that. But there is a request for waiver
Yep,
form that's
yep.
included. Thank
Just
you.
making
Good
sure.
catch. Good catch. All right. Hearing none. Okay. 0609-114-2716-2. Vista Apartments, 5120 East Sherrill Parkway. Excuse me. Hearing none, we'll move on. When I say none, no objections? Okay. Okay. 0609-152-4264-2, Turnberry Apartments LLC, 2611 Gallagher Drive. Okay, Tracy, I have a question for you. So, this one, hold on one second. Is this a part of this objection? I just want to misbeat here, guys. I have in this, excuse me, objection to real property assessment. And in the next page, I have attachment 2025 objection form, two reasons for purposes. I have a request for a waiver. Then I have an agent authorization, and then I have this letter that talks about Fitchrona Road parcel next to my packet. A 2-page letter from Reinhardt. Is that part of this or not? Or maybe-
No, I think what you're referring to is that what made it into the packet is just their letter saying that they are submitting that information.
And what
kind of
property? Go ahead, Amanda.
Just kind of a breakdown.
I just note that the letter that is with description 0609-152-4264-2, the letter indicates a different parcel number that corresponds with the next one in our set. So I think maybe it got misaligned.
No problem. No problem. Good catch, everyone. Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can
All right.
just,
So do
you
not
can
include-
disregard the letter. I shouldn't have had that in the packet, and
Okay. Do you want to remove that from the record, or I guess we can't?
you can keep it in there.
Huh?
You can keep it in there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So just so you know, the Reinhardt letter is not part of this property on Turnberry. Any objections? Chris, you're good on Turnberry?
Yep.
Okay, now. All right, no problem, that happens. Okay, dokie. Okay, here we go. And we now have 060907200015-2 Hy-Vee Inc., 2920 Fitchburg Road. And in that you have objection form, request for waiver, agent authorization, and then the 3-page letter that we discussed. Chris, any objections?
No, I'll just make a note on this one. So this is kind of a unique property in the sense that if you're all familiar with Hy-Vee, it's not technically owned by Hy-Vee, it's owned by, I believe, just a real estate investor of some kind. And so Hy-Vee does not have, they've not submitted an agent authorization form indicating that the property owner has allowed Hy-Vee to appeal to handle all tax assessment cases or whatever. They have provided their lease as part of this, and I assume it's in the packet there. I don't have it in front of me. But they have provided their lease, which does indicate that they have the authority to do that. It's a question, I guess, for the board to answer as well. I'm fine with it as it is. I think this isn't too uncommon. We would like them to have an agent authorization form, but as it stands, I've seen the lease and it indicates that Hy-Vee as a tenant has the ability to handle tax assessment objections. So just wanted to make a note.
Don't they have an agent authorization form in here?
They have one from Hy-Vee to Reinhardt, but they do not have one, I believe, from the property owner, which is Fitchburg ZC Essential DST. Sure. But again, like I said, do they have one? Yeah.
Okay.
So
All
again,
right.
question for the board, but just something I wanted to point out if it was worth.
Moving forward, do you see that as concerns with interacting with this entity?
They're currently pending in circuit court for 2024, so I don't see it as an issue personally.
Okay. I'm good if the rest of the committee is good on this one. Okay, all right. Let's take a breath here and then get ready for Tracy to do the longest motion in human history here. What we're going to do now is we have reviewed the objection forms for our city's commercial properties. We've already acted on one by postponing it to a future date of this meeting. So not in the motion is going to be the parcel related to Riva West. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to set us up for a motion to approve without objection the following commercial properties that she's going to read into the record for us.
Thank you, Chair. 4536 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2353-8. 4526 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2364-5. 2113 Red Arrow Trail, 0609-052, 2259-3. 4546 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2331-4. 2302 Chalet Gardens Road, 0609-052, 8720-1. 4901 Chalet Gardens Road, 0609-052, 8920-9. 4929 Chalet Gardens Road, 0609-052, 8900-3. And then we go on to the Reinhardt objections. So we have Franklin Square, 2001, Greenway Cross, 0609-031, 2273-0, 2004 Greenway Cross, 0609-031, 2086-7. And then we have Fred Fitchburg Retail LLC, 2945 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-031, 5567-9, 2975 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-031, 5526-8, 2981 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-031, 5517-2, and 0609-031, 7180-2. Valley View LLC, 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-031, 5718-2. Hatchery Hill 3 LLC, 5550 Caddis Bend, 0609-033, 4191-3. 2981 Cahill, Maine, 0609-033, 4226-1. Riva West has been postponed to a future date for approval of the objection forms. Osprey, 5818 Lacey Road, 0609-114, 4282-2. Prima Vista, 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114, 3708-2. Vista Apartments, 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114, 2716-2. Turnberry Apartments, 2611 Gallagher Drive, 0609-152, 4264-2. And Hy-Vee, 2920 Fishrona Road, 0609-072, 0015-2. And that should be it, according to my records.
So moved. Slager.
Second, Fairchild.
Can I ask a question quick? Just for.
By Amanda, and now we have a question on the table.
I just want to make sure, the only one that I missed, and maybe there's a lot of parcel numbers in there, was, did we get Vista in there, which is 5120 East Sherrill, 0609-114-2716-2? Just want to make sure. That was the only one that maybe I spaced out for a second, so I apologize, but.
If not, we will add it.
Okay.
If not, we will add a simple amendment to the resolution, or the motion. On the table by Sleeger, seconded by Knessa, is a motion in front of you to approve that we have no objections to the following properties that were added to the record, read by the clerk, with one addition from the city assessor.
Vista Apartments, 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114, 2716-2. If I didn't read that originally.
You did or not?
I'm not sure, but
It's okay. It's all good. We're all good.
it's there now.
So everybody knows what we're doing. If any discussions on what our vote is going to be? All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Wow, you guys are good. We're going to take we're going to keep going here. Then we're going to take a little 5-minute recess here soon. But anyway, Madam Clerk, we're now going to move on to item number 16. Let the folks on the TV catch up here. Number 16. All right. Consideration of subpoena requests. Madam Clerk, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't at this time. I will, I received an email just now.
Yep. This is all important stuff.
At 10:31 from Dan Amon, who we approved his objection form for. This is a residential one at 5827 Schuman Drive.
Yep.
And he has submitted a request to testify by telephone or submit a sworn written statement at the Board of Review. I'm going to print that form out for you all to review. And then you will need to determine whether or not you're going to accept this, so that when his hearing does take place, that he can appear by telephone or a sworn written statement.
Okay, so
So if you wouldn't mind recessing
Yep,
for
we're
about...
going to take a informal, committee will stand informal for 5 minutes. Here we go. All right. The Board of Review on Thursday, July 24th is back in session. As we get started, I'm going to defer over to Madam Clerk. We had a timeline of 11:05 a.m. And Madam Clerk, you have an update for us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, now that we've hit the 11:05 mark, people that had the first 2 hours of the meeting to turn in paperwork that have not, I'd like to read that into record. 5201 T-Berry Lane. 5554 Longford Terrace, 2686 Dungarvan Road, 3030 Bosshard. I do have a parcel of 0609-043-4048-5, 6075 Croy Drive, parcel 0609-053-7501-2, 5631 Longford Terrace, Unit 103, parcel 0609-044-4997-2, 5315 Clare Drive, 0609-151-6771-2, 2425 Wildcat Drive, no parcel on that one, 23 Windswept Way, no parcel on that one. 5720 Merlin Street, parcel 0609-093-6643-0. 2814 Sunflower Drive, parcel 0609-113-2160-2. 5305 Meadowwood Drive, 0609-061-3276-9. And then in the commercial, we have 2655 High Ridge Trail number 1. These are the Woodland Glen Apartments, parcel 0609-033-8695-6. And the only information I have on the other one is Rob Novoa / Kroll LLC. They have all given intent to file and or requested a packet. It is past the 2-hour time frame of the first meeting, so I ask that you deny these forms or these notice of intent and or potential objections.
Eldon, you want to make a motion? You're okay with that?
Excuse me, I move to deny the application forms of the parcels and addresses that Tracy just listed.
Second by Amanda.
Seconded.
Thank you. Any discussion? So what this means is these folks took out paperwork or did whatever and did not meet the statutory requirement of the 2-hour deadline at the convening of our first meeting of the Board of Review for 2025. These applicants then will not have their say in court, so to speak, right, Tracy? They are done. This is done with these pieces.
That's correct.
Correct. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're now going to go to an issue that came up, Madam Clerk, about sworn statement, Board of Review by telephone. I think that for the following public, I have my agenda somewhere. I think that, Tracy, what fits under what agenda number here? Are we on number 14 or are we number 16?
So this would not technically be on the agenda. It is part of forms being turned in by the first 2 hours of the first meeting.
Sure.
We do have a request to testify by telephone or submit a sworn written statement from property owner Amen, address of 5827 Schumann Drive, parcel number 0609 0816502-4. You do have a copy of the form in front of you.
So we've already approved that we did not have any objections to this property owner's form within the statutory
The objection form.
objection form, correct. Part of the option for a homeowner or a respondent, so to speak, or persons presenting to us, is they can do it by phone, correct? Am I saying that correctly?
Correct. They can request to have their hearing and appear by telephone or do it by sworn written statement at the approval of the board.
So it doesn't matter that we have not even set up a time in the future. This person, no matter what time we meet, would like to do it on the phone.
If you read the basis for request, it says the hearing will be rescheduled and I may not be able to attend in person based on work commitments depending on when it is rescheduled. So you may have the option, and I know the board has done this in the past, is they've kind of scheduled hearings based on when the objector can be present.
Okay.
Again, that is up to the board to decide how they want to conduct that. You do have the city attorney, Valerie Sisman, here if you have any questions
Sure.
on this process.
So I have a process question for you, Tracy. So let's just say hypothetically we pick Friday, August 8th as a date that we're going to have hearings, right? We just randomly pick that date. If we approve this request, the property owner could come in person on August 8th or could do it over the phone on August said date. Valerie, city attorney.
That would be if you approve them appearing via sworn written statement or phone.
Okay, so hypothetically, if we set up August 8th and August 15th, this person can't do either one, we don't approve this telephone, then we have to continue to work to find a date that works for this person in person.
I guess if we may just take a step back,
Sure.
There's a request before this body to allow telephone appearance, in effect, I believe by the property owner as well as their expert witness.
Okay.
If this request were pending before this body and it was accompanied by a letter from a physician or other medical provider who confirmed that they have an illness or disability, then this wouldn't really be a discretionary decision for this board, and you would just have to grant it.
Sure.
Otherwise, you have some discretion here in terms of whether you wish to allow it or not. Our rules outline some factors that this body has adopted. If you take a look at Rule 8 of the Board of Review rules that this body previously adopted, I believe, last year.
We should have them at our desk.
You can take a look at some factors that you can consider when deciding, and if I can direct you to page, I think it's maybe 9, and then page 10, bottom of 9 and into 10, if I'm working off the correct document. Does that look right? Yeah. So you can take a look at some factors and make that determination. So if this board is inclined to grant this, I think the board could do that. Ultimately, it's up to this board how you want to conduct your hearing, so long as you're complying with other requirements of the law. I mean, the only evidence that can be given has to be, that this board can consider, it has to be under oath. And so even if somebody is appearing by telephone, they still have to be sworn. There needs to be ample opportunity for cross-examination. You want to make sure that you have to make the proper record, et cetera, and then it's within your discretion. So I guess having said all of that, I think the board can consider a couple of approaches. If you want to hold off on making a decision on this and instead work with the property owner to schedule for them to come in person, you could do that. If you want to just grant this request, you can do that as well.
Okay.
Or you can deny it and give them a date. I mean, I will leave that to this body.
So does by telephone mean Zoom or Teams technology?
I think certainly it could.
And
it would make sense.
We have the capacity, obviously, at City Hall to do that.
I believe so. Scott's giving you a thumbs up.
We do. And I would add that there are a number of meetings that take place in the city that utilize Zoom technology. So the counterpoint to that is that this particular body is acting in a different capacity than most other boards and commissions, as you all are aware. And so this is much more akin to like a court proceeding because you have sworn witnesses who are giving under oath. They're providing testimony that is to be used as evidence. However, it's not unheard of for witnesses to testify by Zoom in other court proceedings as well. So I wouldn't say it's completely inappropriate. Obviously, it presents its own limitations, but of course, the board can certainly consider that in this day and age. That is something that takes place more often than it did perhaps 10 years ago.
Chris, anything to add on that? Nothing. I mean, thank you, Valerie. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think just echoing some of the, points that Valerie brought up. We do have a lot of Zoom meetings. There can be limitations with it that can prove to be somewhat troublesome, but that's not to say that there wouldn't be certain limitations with somebody coming in person as well. So I think and the other thing maybe to consider is, and I think, you may set a precedent, I guess, is what something to consider by this board is that, if it becomes such that it's granted because it is in some sense more convenient for people, then that's not inherently a bad thing, but it may present an instance where that becomes more commonplace and things become a little bit more challenging. The counter to that is that you then have a little bit more flexibility, as a board. When you can schedule people, it may be in some sense more efficient, but it's not without its concerns, I guess. That's all I would say. Just some things to consider. I'm not for or against it inherently, but
Mark.
Can I ask a question to the city attorney? If we, based on what Chris, you just said there, if we were to set that precedent, considering that this board would theoretically be different from next year's board, would that precedent carry from year to year, or would it just be technically this board? If we set that, would we need to honor that precedent in the future, as in next year?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. I think generally speaking, when we set a precedent for practice, the intention is to apply that practice to everybody in a consistent and not an arbitrary and capricious fashion. So if this body were to allow some of the property owners to appear by Zoom or by telephone, purely for convenience reasons, not because of any health reasons, then I think it would be appropriate for this board to consider that as precedent in doing so for all of the folks who make that request. That doesn't mean that either the same body, if the composition is the same, or slightly different composition of this board in the next year or 2 years from now can't make a determination that for whatever reason, and in considering those factors that are in the rules at the top of page 10, such as technical capability, the benefits of the board of review process, or the benefits or detriments of having this done by Zoom, or the ability of the assessor to cross-examine the expert and so on. It doesn't mean that you can't reconsider that and come to a different determination and create kind of a new policy, if you will, or let's say policy, but a new precedent that you may want to revisit that decision. But again, that new decision then, I would encourage you to apply it again evenly across the board for other similarly situated individuals. Does that help?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Eldon, your question?
Yeah, my question is for Chris. I think you alluded to a Zoom process creating several possible limitations or complications. Could you elaborate a little bit on what some of those might be?
Well, I think just technology in general can pose some of those problems. I mean, we see it, you know, if somebody gets disconnected in the middle and then they can't get reconnected, that's, you know, or if there's just general troubles with Zoom that you may have. Now, that's not to say, again, that that's going to happen. It's just concerns that I think are worth mentioning. It doesn't happen a ton. I mean, FACTv runs a great ship here, and we always seem to have, you know, pretty good efforts by both parts to be able to connect. There doesn't seem to be too many issues all that often, but it is something that could occur. And then if it becomes a persistent issue where they just can't get those technological issues resolved, then you're kind of back to where you were anyway. You have to either A, wait till they've resolved their technological issues with their computer, or B, just schedule the rest of the hearing in person, whatever that may be. Now, that's kind of an extreme example, but just some things to consider.
Carol?
I was curious too when I saw this, that the additional person that they were requesting permission for telephone access is listed basically as a footnote in if the request is approved, where your phone number is. Is this a situation where there should have been 2 forms filled out for 2 individual people to ask permission to be able to testify via phone or Zoom?
I certainly think that would probably be more helpful, or at least it'd be more clear for the board if that wasn't, as you indicated, kind of a footnote. The other thing that I think is somewhat lacking perhaps here is the basis for the request for the appraiser to testify by phone. I'm not sure if the same travel restrictions are supposed to be imputed to them based on reading what's on the form. So there's certainly less than optimal amount of specificity. That said, I would not say that means this board cannot grant that request.
Okay.
I think, again, you have discretion in how you run the meeting. The request is here if you want. Certainly you could certainly say, look, this is not enough. This isn't sufficient. We want more information than that, and on that basis, we just don't feel inclined to grant it. But I think as a counterpoint, you could say it's enough for us to understand what they're asking for, and given, you know, the considerations of all of these benefits and detriments in allowing this type of testimony to appear remotely, we do want to grant it, both as to the property owner and their requested expert.
Thank you.
Andrew, question?
I'm okay with allowing it as long as they fill out their authorized agent form and make sure they submit all of their exhibits prior to the meeting so we have them in person.
Okay, is that causing an undue burden, or is that fair? Is that a fair point, Chris? Or are we disadvantaging this person compared to somebody that's here and can put something in on the fly?
Well, a couple things. Hang on. Let me see. This is for Schumann, yeah. I want to see if we have, I don't know if we have their appraisal yet. You know, we'd like to see their appraisal beforehand. I don't know that we can compel them to provide it beforehand. But, I mean, yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I mean, we really would like to see that appraisal beforehand. I don't know if there's a mechanism to compel it, but typically they're, you know, and this gets back maybe to the objection form. Did they submit their appraisal to you, Tracy?
I do have the appraisal,
okay.
Correct.
Then we're good on that front. We would, you know, as part of our, you know, testimony, we'd like to address some of the issues that we may have with that appraisal if they exist. So to that end, I think we're fine if we have if at least Tracy has a copy of that. But
again, I don't dare speak for the attorney or the assessor, but to your point, Andrew, we probably could just, if they do something, share a document, we can pause and go through it and, you know, that kind of stuff too, like we do here. If all of a sudden somebody gives us something from the audience, we've got to take time to process it, you know, so that can happen. Amanda, you work in the government service. What are your thoughts on this? Do you have a problem with this at all or not?
I'm inclined to grant it. I think that there's certainly precedent, as the attorney pointed out that in judicial hearings, them being done by Zoom or having experts by Zoom, I myself have probably 50 or more % of my hearings are by Zoom. So I think that there's the technology at this point to make that feasible in ways that it may not have been years ago.
Okay. Well, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm the chair, so I'll be that guy. Welcome to the post-COVID world. I mean, government's got to be flexible, and I mean, we're all, nothing to my dear friend from the right here, to my right, but we're all, the rest of us are kind of taking time off of work to be here. So, I mean, if we could be more open and more accessible, I get it. I mean, we live in a town where state employees are working from home, nothing against that. So to your point, Amanda, I mean, you're doing serious stuff in your day job from Zoom. I hear you, Chris, on the technology, and boy, you guys have run a lot of city council meetings since COVID and during COVID, so I think we'll be okay. My inclination, Madam Clerk, is to allow this to happen. If the precedent occurs, I think welcome to the future is where we're at. I mean, we're kind of battling if we should be in person or not. I would say we should go forward and allow this. What process would we need to do that? Do you need a formal motion?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would ask for a formal motion on approving the request to testify by telephone, sworn written statement, Zoom, but also directing me to try to work with the property owner on a time that he may be, and the expert witness that they could appear in person.
Anybody want to make that motion?
Before you do, I guess I just want to voice that I've got unreadiness about it, or I guess my vote is likely going to be no.
Okay.
Just want to put that out there. I think it does set a precedent. I'm not sure we want to follow if everybody else started requesting meetings by Zoom, by themselves or their agents. So that's one piece of it. I don't think I want to do that. The other is that everyone else had their agent form already included if they were going to have an agent. They're having their appraiser testify. It's not clear to me that the appraiser is the agent, and they don't have an agent form. And allowing them to do that later, to me, seems like we're doing something different than we did with everyone else. Just point that out. So for those two big reasons, the other one is there's some vagueness about phone and video. They explicitly requested phone. They didn't say Zoom or video. We're saying that, but they're not. If we're by phone, I know it says you can apply for it. It's not clear to me how someone is verified as themselves if it's a telephone. Via video, you can see the person, and you can record it, and then you can, if you get some other image of them later, you can say this is or is not that person. But by phone, anybody could be talking on the phone claiming to be the person. So I just have some concerns about the process that would cause me to vote no.
Totally hear you. I think the point about the phone, that has been done for years, that they've allowed for that, correct? Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, so I'm looking at the Department of Revenue who puts together these forms. It looks like PA 814, which is the form that's required to request this telephone appearance, appears the current revision date is January 2015. So I don't think this form's been revised in about 10 years. I think if it were revised, it probably would have more specific language with regard to Zoom. I would be comfortable with this body if you were to grant this request, but limit it only to Zoom appearances if that's the way the board wants to go, as opposed to only telephone for the reasons. And again, it sounds like the concern would be the ability of having a credible record of evidence, and the ability to cross-examine might be impaired by a telephone-only appearance. And so if you wanted to grant it, but with the specific limitations that it would have to be by Zoom with a camera on, for example, so that this board can use the video to help guide you as you assess the credibility of the witness. I think that would be reasonable.
I agree with you on that, but isn't that changing state law? I mean, hasn't phone been able to be used for years? And
Telephone is able to be used for years,
right,
but
but you're
this
saying we
board,
shouldn't use the phone.
if you wish to do that, you could.
But wouldn't we be-
This is a discretionary, I think, decision to
Oh.
allow remote testimony as opposed to the default, which is in person. If this request were, again, based on a medical limitation, I think you would have to grant telephone appearance regardless. But because you have some discretion here, if you want to specify that you want to grant it, but because you wish as a body to be able to assess the credibility of the witness, you want to be able to utilize video conferencing technology as opposed to telephone only. I think you could do that.
Okay, so if we do that, I'm just saying this person does not have a medical excuse, so we're doing a discretionary thing and we're allowing this. If we say it's by Zoom only, but this person is on a trip or where there's not the greatest Zoom capability, doesn't have their computer on them, but the state is allowed for phone, and we say he can't do phone, therefore he can't be in front of us, aren't we doing him a disservice by not giving him the option for phone?
Well, I can't speak to that, but I think you could just grant it by telephone if that's what the board wants to do. However, if you have concerns about the ability of the board to make credibility, to assess the evidence and make the credibility determinations, as well as the assessor's ability to effectively cross-examine by telephone only versus not, that I think you could do that, or in the alternative, work with the property owner to appear in person at a date that works for him. So that's something that you could give kind of some options if you would.
Okay, well, let's go a little bit longer on this, and let's make a decision. Amanda, you got any thoughts on this?
I certainly understand what your points, and I think they're valid. I guess my thought, though, is that this person is using the form that's available and looking ahead at their, current life situation and anticipating this as a potential need. And so, to me, they're being forward-thinking in trying to ensure that they can be in front of this body in some way, shape, or form. And so I guess that's why I'm inclined to do it. Although certainly I think if we can find a time that would work for them to be in person, that's great.
That's what I asked at the beginning. I just kept saying to this, if we approve this, and I appreciate Valerie backing me up, but my point I was trying to get to, if we approve them to use the phone or Zoom or however, either or, are we just saying that this person's only going to use remote testimony, or are we going to continue to work a date to get him here in person? What is our goal here? I just know how 5 to 7 people's calendars are, and how exhausting this committee can be. So if we set a date of, as I said, August 8th, and we have 5827 Schumann Drive scheduled for August 8th at 11 a.m., either he does it by phone or Zoom. Our city staff encourages Zoom, but it is what it is because precedent is set that you have to use phone. That's literally what it says in phone has to be an option because that's what it says in our agenda. You get what I'm saying? I just want to keep chasing to get the guy in person if we don't have to. And I think just globally, I just think government is moving in this direction, whether we want it or not. Because I don't want to come back, we're ready to close the book. Chris is all ready, but we can't get this guy until October 23rd, which is really uncharacteristically late this year, but this is the only time we can get this guy to testify. I'm being very facetious, but I think you understand my point.
Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
I think playing into what Chris said and a little bit of what Elton said, I think we just need to figure out where we draw the line of what would be an undue burden, not only to this, but also to city staff or any other resources. So I think it's it could be a slippery slope, but I think if our goal is always to try to do in person, and we make that the general consensus that is the first choice, and this would be the fallback, and that's how it's written into the rules.
Okay.
So I think
I agree with that.
and I can completely agree with what you're saying, that it is moving that direction. So I think if we make this, we really do make it the exception. I'm very much so with Elton on it, but I've also been in positions where I've traveled a lot for work, and that would be challenging. So I understand both sides of it. So I think if we make it almost like an if-then situation, it would be.
Can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
In here with a thought. So what we've done in other cases where there's a question like this is to say, well, let's postpone it. So we've received the form timely. Would it, is it an option for the board to postpone it and have Tracy, our clerk, work with them to say, well, when can you, come in for a hearing? When could you be in person? And if the answer is never, then I guess you're left kind of, then you more or less accept this form or not. But if the objector says, yeah, we can do Friday, August 8th, or whenever it might be in person, then, just a thought, because it seems like there's some larger questions out there.
I think we need some direction from the League of Municipalities or
and if I can add, just kind of based on the forums that you have in front of you and just our timeline, I know this body is going to meet at least 2 more times, if not possibly 3. You could make a motion to direct me to work with the property owner on appearing one of those future dates, that we'll discuss later on in our meeting as to when we're going to meet again. And if those dates don't work for him to appear in person, then maybe allow him to appear via Zoom. As far as the agent form goes, my understanding is he's the objector. The appraiser is the expert witness to talk about his appraisal. He's not the agent for the property owner.
I would take the clerk's suggestion, make a motion that we direct the city clerk to work with the property owner of 5827 to find a date in person that works with the option of dates that we're going to pick at the end of this meeting, and then to revisit that after we hear back from the clerk of that possibility. Is that enough to give you what you need? Is there a second for that motion?
Slager, second.
Second by Andrew. Any discussion? Valerie, is that okay with you for now?
That's fine with me.
Chris, is that okay with you for now?
Yes.
Tracy, you're good? Okay.
Yep, so I will work with him to see if he can appear.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Yep, so I'll work with him to see if him and his appraiser can appear during the next meetings that we're going to be here in person, and if not, see if he can appear via Zoom.
And I'm going to attend Valerie's seminar at the next league meeting talking about remote testing and testimony at board of review meetings, the Fitchburg example. I look forward to your legal roadmap.
I'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All good stuff. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Doing great. All right, Tracy. Everybody's good? All right. We've had our break. All right, I'm going to get back to the agenda here. Good teamwork up here. All right, Madam Clerk, we are now on item number 16, consideration of subpoena requests. You've done that?
Not yet. Do you want me to take this one?
Yeah, fire away.
So what we've done in the past, and we're kind of in the same boat this year, we got a bunch of these objection forms in yesterday afternoon. We do anticipate requesting the board to issue subpoenas on all of the commercial objections that were approved, as well as the Riva West property. And so our request, or I guess our request for now would be that the board approve subpoenas on those specific commercial properties that we've laid out here that are before you. Myself and Attorney Amy Seibel will be working together over the coming days here to draft those subpoenas. They're very similar to last year. Really, we'd just be looking for updated information for calendar year 2024, and potentially if there's an appraisal on that Riva West property. So a request would be that the board approve subpoena requests as they, like I said, similar format to last year. And then what we would do is work on a time that would be convenient for the chair to sign off on those subpoena requests officially.
Would it just be that one property you're talking about?
It would be all of the commercial properties. So that would be,
Yep.
we can read those parcels into the record if need be, but let's see here. Hatchery Hill 3, Franklin Square Apartments, Fred Fitchburg Retail, Valley View, Osprey Apartments, Prima Vista, Riva West, Turnberry, Vista, Hy-Vee, Belmar Apartment Homes 3, Chalet Gardens, and Nakoma Heights. So.
And then Riva's part of that as
yes,
well?
Yes,
Okay.
Riva would be part of that. I guess kind of the question mark there is, and I mentioned it previously, but one of the things that we would request via subpoena is any and all appraisals for the mortgage that was taken out in January 2025. And so if there is an appraisal done on that and they didn't indicate on their form that there was an appraisal done, then that form that's further indication that that form was incomplete or incorrect. But nevertheless, yeah, so that list of properties we we anticipate issuing or requesting subpoenas to be issued on, and would.
And we don't have to delineate exactly what the subpoena says. We just say we're giving you the authority to do a subpoena.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So what we've done, like I said, what we've done in the past is we'll get approval for that, find a time that works for you to get it signed. Like I said, it should be early next week, but.
So the motion in front of us made by Chair Paff, sorry to do it, but I'm going to do it as chair, is item number 16, a subpoena request ability for the city assessor and the attorney that he works with, Amy Seibel, for the commercial properties that Chris listed that are Hatchery Hill 3, Franklin Square 2001 and 2004, Greenway Cross, Fiduciary Fred Fitchburg Realty 2975 and 2981 Fish Hatchery Road, Reinhardt Valley View 2921 Fish Hatchery Road, Reinhardt Osprey 5118 Lacey Road, Reinhardt Don Vista 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, Reinhardt Riva West 5148, 5150, and 5152 East Sherrill, Turnberry, Reinhardt 2611 Gallagher, Reinhardt Vista 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, Reinhardt Sean Lovell, Hy-Vee 2920 Fitch Rona Road, Hatch Belmar Apartments LLC, and that is Apartment Homes 3, Apartment Homes, Chalet Gardens LLC. Don't have the address here. I have the parcel date. I'm looking at number 20 in the Excel spreadsheet. And then number 21 in the Excel spreadsheet is Hatchel for Nakoma Heights. Those properties would be allowed for the city assessor to request subpoenas, is the motion.
Slager, second.
Is there any discussion? Chris, the time frame of those subpoenas is based on you and your attorney's time bandwidth or whatever, how it works?
Yeah, so I spoke with Amy this morning, and we, like I said, my hope is that we can have them ready to go early next week, and then we would allow the council and property owners, typically we've allowed 2 to 3 weeks for them to respond.
So as chair, then I would come in and sign those, Tracy? Is that, okay. Mm-hmm. That then would determine when our next meetings are, tier 2, with this group, right, or not?
Yeah, in some sense. So like by approving them, you can come in and sign them whenever you're around.
No, but I'm saying we can't meet again until you start getting some of the stuff back from your subpoenas or not?
No, you could. You could meet on different cases. We will have to meet eventually once so say we set a due date for, August 15th or pick a date. We would then want to come back a week or two after that to determine whether or not those subpoenas were complied with sufficiently and if there's any action that needs to be taken from there.
Everybody understand kind of the cadence of that? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Item number 17, consideration of requests for waiver at the Board of Review hearing allowing the property owner to appeal directly to Circuit Court. Madam Clerk, Chair, or Clerk.
So I think that'll be acted on at a future meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. We would, since we're there's a lot of information we would look for via subpoena, and that could change the value, to the benefit of the property owner. So we would just request that the board more or less postpone those waiver requests until a later date.
Okay. So at this time, we've kind of reached as Yogi Berra said, a fork in the road. We're going to take it here. We are now to the point where we're going to start to have a hearing. But our first one is not scheduled.
Well, you'll want to make a motion on postponing the waiver request.
Motion to, Andrew, you want to go ahead and do what she just asked, if you don't mind?
I move to postpone waiver requests for commercial properties until a later date.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Second by Poole. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it, motion carries. Okay, all right. Pause here, still on 17.
And our next hearing is scheduled for 12:30 if you want to take a short break for.
Yep, let's do that. We'll reconvene. Is the 12:30 person here? Okay.
Correct.
The committee will reconvene at, the person could raise their hand with 12:30 person. Is that person here?
I don't think they are.
He's here, correct.
I don't think they're here yet.
I don't see him. Sir, what time are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm 1:15. Man, you're an early guy. Good for you. Well, committee will reconvene.
We can certainly.
Well, I make a motion that we take up Mr. Sweeney at 12 noon. Would you be ready, sir? 12 noon, the committee will stand informal till 12 noon. Give Chris a chance to catch his breath. Is that okay?
Whenever you guys want, yeah.
That's 12 noon. Is that okay, Tracy? Make your phone calls, guys. Cameras off for a little bit. 12 noon. The committee of the Board of Review will reconvene. We are starting with agenda item number 18. I'm going to ask for us to amend our agenda. Agenda item number 18 is where we're going to proceed to hear deliberate and determine residential only objections, if any, and if proper notices waivers were given, unless scheduled for a future date. At this time, we're going to amend the agenda to take up number 18, item B, the Sweeney case. Mr. Sweeney was scheduled to be here at 1:15, and his schedule worked out where he could be here earlier. So I would ask for unanimous consent, or you need a motion? Motion to amend the agenda to move Mr. Sweeney of 5227 T-Bory Lane to 12:05 p.m. from 1:15 p.m. today.
So moved. By Poole.
Poole, seconded by Amanda.
Second.
Seconded by Amanda. Thank you. Any objection? Mr. Sweeney, thank you for getting here early. Appreciate that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Sweeney is on the clock. I'll defer to the clerk because she has some responsibilities to do here. Or do I read my statement first?
No, I'll swear him in.
Great. You swear him in, then I'll do my statement.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. And can you please state your name and address for the record?
Daniel Sweeney, 5227 T-Berry Lane.
Thank you. And then I'm also going to swear in the assessing department. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, the city assessor.
I do. I'm Andrew Woodruff, the assessing technician.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Chair.
Okay. All right. Let me do a little housekeeping stuff here. Okay. This is the 2025 Board of Review. We are beginning our objections. I'm going to ask everyone to silence your cell phones, including yours truly. All right, I'm going to confirm, Mr. Sweeney, you're testifying as the owner or the authorized agent of your property, correct?
Correct.
Clerk has sworn you in. I'm going to read the property number and type of property. We have parcel number is 0609116237-2. Owner is Sweeney Living Trust, 5227 T-Berry Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. Mr. Sweeney is here representing himself. It is a single-family home in the Swan Creek subdivision. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, Mr. Sweeney, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards, which is us, of evidence, to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then, all other approaches to value: income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost market on special purposes and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record with our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg.
Okay.
Thank you. Chris, and you're getting those copies, you and Andrew as well. Okay. What's that?
I can take one, just so I can follow along easier. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
We will label these, Madam Clerk, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Thank you, sir, for providing those. And I would ask if you have an appraisal of the property under the review. The appraiser must be here. I assume that. Okay.
I do not have an appraisal.
Okay, I'm going to be flexible as we can, sir. We've got a half an hour for you. I can give you 10 minutes presentation. If you want a 2-minute warning, I can, but otherwise, obviously, you're keeping time as well. Okay, committee, at this time, I'm going to ask our Mr. Sweeney to state his name and his record, and will you state the fair market value of your property? Your name, full address, and fair market, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, it's Daniel William Sweeney, address at 5227 T-Berry Lane, and it was assessed at $456,900.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the Board of Review for the opportunity to meet and discuss my property assessment. Also, I'd like to thank the Assessor's Office. I met with Chris and his team on June 12th. They were very forthcoming and shared information with me. I appreciated that open and honest discussion that we had. But even after that discussion on June 12th, I looked at my 24.5% increase in 1 year of my assessed value, and I thought, boy, that just seems like really high. So I started doing some investigation. I know that Dane County is growing rapidly. The city of Fitchburg, being part of that, is also growing rapidly. So I realized, the housing prices are increasing. But I just didn't think the 2025 reevaluation year information that was sent out with the assessments, said about a 10% increase overall in the city of Fitchburg. So I'm looking at my 24.5% increase, and I'm thinking, why did mine increase that much more? So I started doing some investigation and reading some of the information that's available online. And I found that my property, and this was in the meeting with Chris, it was based on one sale in my neighborhood. actually a couple doors down. And that was at 5221 T-Berry Lane, and that occurred on December 30th of 2024, that one sale, that they were basically basing all the properties on our block, that increase, it was applied basically to all the other properties. And so I had several issues with this after doing my investigation. First of all, there's multiple references in the 2025 Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, which I had never looked at that before, but I started reading that. And there's several references where it says that you should use, more than one sale. And I referenced some of those in my sheet. On page 924, it says the number of sales used should be sufficient to establish a defensible estimate of the value. And it goes on to say that the important criteria is not the number of sales, but how comparable the sales are to the subject. One sale of a property that is almost identical to the subject and needs no adjustments is more valuable than 7 or 8 sales that are totally dissimilar to the subject and would require numerous adjustments to arrive at an estimate of value that would be suspect. Appraisers usually use 3 to 5 reasonably comparable sales for their estimate. More than that usually causes confusion and adds little strength to the value of the estimates. And I'll speak to the likeness, I guess, of the property that's sold to my property here in a little bit. Another reference on that same page, 924, assessors are not limited to sales that occur in the municipality they are currently assessing. Assessors should search for comparable property sales in the surrounding municipalities also. An adjustment for location may have to be made. However, this should not deter the assessor from looking outside the municipality for comparable property sales. Independent appraisers and taxpayers do not limit themselves to sales which occur just inside the municipality, so assessors should not limit themselves either. So my point here in reading this is that they basically just looked on our block for that one sale and used that. They did not look in the general neighborhood. We have a lot of different condominium complexes very close to my property. And they did not use any of those in the calculation of the new assessment. And then also on page 1223 of that property assessment manual, it goes on to say, the general procedure using this approach, and that's the sales comparison approach that they're talking about on that page, is the same as we previously discussed for the valuation of land using comparable sales approach. And there's a couple references where they are talking about land sales, where they say there must be sufficient verified sales data available, and generally at least 3 good comparables should be used. So my point in referencing these various pages in the property assessment manual is that it really tries to use more than just one piece of data to come up with your assessment. If you've ever taken a basic statistics course, you can't take a sample of a population, right? You can't take one sample and apply that to the whole population. It just doesn't work. So that's the kind of the first issue that I have. It's basically, I don't think they followed the property assessment manual, what it was intended to do. The second one was, while the sale was used was on the same block as my property, the condominium that sold was a totally different floor plan than what ours is. Ours is multiple floors, so all of our bedrooms are up on the upper floor, whereas the one that actually sold has the master bedroom on the main floor, with the other bedrooms. It doesn't have a second floor. It has a lower level that's finished, and it has a couple bedrooms down there. So that was one of the things that we discussed when I was there at the open book meeting on June 12th was, Chris had made the comment that condominiums are in a high demand by, more senior people. But I would say that master bedrooms that are on the main floor are probably in even a higher demand by senior people than, say, my condominium, where all the bedrooms are on the second floor and you have to go up, another set of stairs. So, and then to further kind of support my thinking, a condominium did sell in May of this year just down the street at 5207 T-Berry Lane with an identical floor plan to my condominium, and that had a 16.2% increase from their previous assessed value. So in my thinking is that I know they can't use that particular property because it was sold in 2025, but it should be a benchmark, I think, that could be used to say, hey, maybe we need to look closer at this and maybe use some more, sales in the area versus just taking that one sale.
I'll give you 2 more minutes here, Mr.
Okay. And then during the June 12th meeting, Chris also mentioned that they did not perform any analysis on the December 30th sale since it occurred at the very end of the year, and there wasn't time to complete that analysis. So he just said that they assumed that it was at market, because they always try to make sure that it's a market, an arm's length transaction. So that's kind of my third point there, issue that I have with it. So given all these issues, how do you come up with a reasonable assessment? Well, I went ahead and said, well, you could use that May sale as a benchmark and use that and adjust it accordingly, because it does have the same floor plan. You could also use the general increase in the Swan Creek neighborhood, which Chris had mentioned during that meeting was around 11%. I don't think those are probably 2 practical ways to do it. So the third way that I came up with is I looked at those nearby condominium complexes, and that's the second sheet that I gave you, where it's a spreadsheet of actual sales, and these were sales that were verified to be at arm's length transaction. We have, like I said, several condominium groups that are very close to our block. In fact, 2 of these are like within a block of ours, and the other 2 are about 3 to 4 blocks away. They're all in the Swan Creek neighborhood. They're all about 20 years of age, so they're comparable from an age standpoint. And you can see there what the assessed value and the sales increase was. So what I did is I went ahead and averaged each of those groups and came up with an overall increase of 16.7%, which just, lo and behold, almost matches what that property that has the same floor plan sold in 2025, it almost matched that same increase. So that kind of reinforced my thinking that this is probably a more appropriate increase. And like I said, it's still a 16.7% increase, still a huge increase in 1 year that I'm asking for here.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to wrap up just a little bit here before we go to them?
So I think what I did is, I used actual transactions in 2024.
Sure.
That were nearby, similar age. Yes, they have different floor plans, some of these, obviously, but, the assessed value over 20 years should take that into account, obviously, right? So we're really looking at what is the increase from that in this last year, what it should be for the overall market. So that's what I came up with, and that's what I proposed as, I think, what a 428,300.
Okay. Chris and Andrew, fire away, guys.
Do we get a chance for questions? Or
do you want to speak first and then do the back and forth, or what do you want to do?
Well, typically,
you get to ask questions.
Somewhat fresh because I was in a court trial a few weeks ago, but I think usually we would do questions.
Go ahead.
If you guys are good.
I agree. Just want to make sure we go ahead. You guys interact with each other. Let's keep it to questions, though. Please.
Yeah, for sure. Just to clarify, the property that sold this year was it 5207 T-Berry? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you know the sale price of that offhand?
I want to say it was $450,000.
Okay. And then you had said that was the same floor plan as your property?
Right.
Okay.
But it had a larger assessed value in 2024 than my property did.
Sure. And
so I'm looking at the percent increase.
Sure. And it still does. Their 2025 assessment is $485,000.
Which would show you, since it's sold for $450,000, would say that it's probably over assessed, right?
Possibly, but there's a range within mass appraisal, but we'll get to that.
Right.
Let's see here. The only other, I guess I don't know if it's a question per se, it's more of just a point of clarification. There was comment made about that we Where is it? The 2020, let's see here, hang on. Oh, mentioned that we didn't perform any analysis on the December 30th sale since it occurred at the very end of the year and there wasn't time to complete any analysis. We assumed it was at market. That's not inherently the case. We would have estimated. We followed the same procedure we do with anybody during a sale where, we send out a letter, try to review the sale. If they don't respond, then we make an estimate that it's, arm's length.
What did that sell for, do you know?
That one, I think was 415. Let me check.
415,000.
Yeah, 415,000. Yeah, and so we'll get into more of this, but just a couple points of clarification. I don't think I have any further questions at this point.
So we'll let Chris and Andrew speak, and then Mr. Sweeney, if you have a question or two for that before we start talking up here.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew here.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Woodruff. I am the assessing technician for the city of Fitchburg. My supervisor, Chris, will provide the board and the objector with written information on the assessment. And once he's done with that, I will start my summarization.
Let's have the clerk enter this as Exhibit C. Is that fair?
This would be the Assessor's Exhibit A.
Okay, got it. Assessor's Exhibit A. Mr. Sweeney, you have a copy, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I will now summarize our written information on the assessment. On the first page of Section 1 is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. My name is Andrew Woodruff. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as an assessment technician. I have worked in the assessment industry for 7 years. I worked with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue as an assessment technician from August 2018 to December 2021. I've worked in the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as an assessment technician since December 2021, working under City Assessors Amy Mercer for 11 months, Scott Winter for 1 month, and Chris Leitz for 30 months. And the following education experience qualifies me as an assessment technician. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Public Administration and Political Science from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse with a minor in professional writing. I have an Assessor 2 certification, which expires November 30th, 2029. I have viewed the Board of Review education training videos. I have completed the Department of Revenue 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 annual assessor meetings. I have met and exceeded all continuing education requirements by the Department of Revenue, and I have been continuing my education through the Waukesha County Technical College for a certificate in property assessment valuation. Okay, Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value as found in the State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, arm's length sale of the subject, if that sale is consistent with the characteristic of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to property adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. The next couple of pages are the property owner's objection form and their submitted materials. On the next few pages, you will find a map illustrating the subject property's location as well as the locations of some comparable sales. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a single-family condominium. It is located in the Swan Creek Zero Lot Line condos neighborhood on the city's east side. The second page shows building permit history, sales history, and relevant information from the sales show there was no recent arm's length sale of the subject property, and the current property owner purchased the property in 2018 for $297,500. There are also no detached structures. The third page shows our notes section. The property was last inspected in October 2024, at which point the basement finish was measured and sketched. There was an in-person 2025 open book appointment between myself and the owner in June 2025. Following the notes is the land information. On the fourth page of the record card, I will highlight the structure is a two-story colonial-style residence. It contains 2,535 square feet of living space. It was built in 2005 with an effective year built of 2005. No remodeling has taken place. It is construction and quality grade B- property, and its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. Finally, the fifth page is a sketch of the property. The next page of the document will show the market valuation detail. The market valuation detail summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document looks like there's a typo here. The next page of the document does not contain the subject and reasonably comparable arm's length sales that was earlier. But the next page is the sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2024. The addresses of the sale properties are 5221 Teaberry Lane, 5367 Quarry Hill Drive, and 12 Sinatra Way. The sale date and price range from October to December 2024 for $413,000 to $447,225. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are ranch, colonial, and custom. The subject and sales gross living area range between 1,811 and 2,535 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2005 to 2011. Other comparable data includes bathroom counts, prevalence of gas fireplaces, the condition, desirability, and usability being average, and that these are all zero-lot line condominiums. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. The adjusted sale prices are $456,500, $462,225, and $459,800, respectively. The adjusted sales prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $456,900 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In summary, we have completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and I respectfully request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you. I am available for questions.
Mr. Sweeney, you have any questions for?
Yeah, so these comparison 2 and comparison 3, you never mentioned those when I met with you on June 12th, correct?
Correct.
What was the question, sir? Could you repeat it?
So these comparison 2 and 3 were never mentioned when I went to the open book meeting on June 12th, and he said that's correct. So it looks like you went and found some that supported your side of the argument after the fact. Is that a true statement?
Well, I guess this is part of one of the notes that I jotted down. We have the kind of standard process that we work through, which is to model neighborhoods in the way that we do, and then we run a sales comparison approach more or less to validate or to verify whether or not that value is appropriate. It's, more or less there's criteria that are inputted. We're not hand picking every little comp just to make sure, but these are comparable. I mean, you can see for comp 1, the adjustments are $40,000. Comp 2, they're $15,000. Comp 3, the adjustments net to $46,000. So they're not, exactly the same, but they're reasonably comparable, which is what the process calls for. And then further, they're adjusted for the differences between them. So, and that's not atypical from what we would normally do. We field a lot of questions during open book. We don't inherently we don't value all the property based on what you might consider a true sales comparison approach. We use what we call a market modified cost approach. So our models at their very core are based off of construction cost data less depreciation, and then we trend them based on neighborhood sales information.
Is there a reason you didn't use some of the condominiums that were closer to my area?
I can check, but I'm guessing these were the closest comparables that allowed for the least amount of adjustments.
Okay, let's bring this up to here for us to have some conversations and just questions, and then we will cut that off, and then we will do our due diligence of discussion and deliberation among us. Eldon, any questions on your end for either of these parties?
I guess the first question, just to follow up on the homeowner's question, because I'm a little unclear about it, is if the comparisons 2 and 3 that you came up with, were those selected after you met with him or not? I didn't get a clear answer on that.
So I'm looking at our grid right now, and comps 1 and 2 are the first ones that the system brings up. 12 Sinatra Way is a little bit further down the list, but that's because we've still got sales in there from 2023 and 2022. So they're all, we may have selected them differently. If we were to select some that are further up the list that would increase the value. This one it's comparable. That's what I would say. We picked it because the ones that it spits out initially are higher up the list, or a little bit. They have some, or I took some issue with some of them. But again, if we would have selected the top 3, just to give you some insight here, the first 3 comparables that get the highest ratings would yield a comparable value of $470,000 if we were to use the top 3. And so okay. I didn't think that one of those top 3 was the most comparable, so I made a decision to
I guess the problem I'm having right now is that I'm asking you about the timing.
Oh, sure.
Of the selection of the comparables, and you're answering a question about the quality of the comparables.
Sure, I see what you're saying. Could you repeat the question?
It's a simple, the additional comparisons that he asked about, were they selected before you met with him on open book,
Oh, sure.
Or were they selected after you met with him at Open Book? And if so,
I
why
see what you're
weren't all three of them used when you met with him on Open Book?
They were selected, they would have been selected in preparation for this case. So whenever we put the materials back together sometime last week, we don't talk about sales comparisons with everybody because it didn't lead to that point, I guess. I wasn't in the whole discussion, I was in part of it. But if he would have asked to say, hey, can I see some sales comparisons, we would have provided those.
Well, that's not totally true. I asked them specifically at the June 12th meeting, I said, what was this based on? And they pulled up the one sale that was just down the street, which is the comparison number one. That's the only one they talked about during that meeting. He didn't say that we normally look at others. In fact, I asked the question, why do you just look at one? Because to me, having a math background and taking many statistics courses, you just don't take one sample unless it's identical, maybe. Maybe if it's identical, then you can, but in this case, it wasn't identical, so.
Chris, is it, Eldon, I'm gonna jump here 1 second. I'm gonna add on his question, to Eldon's question. Chris, is it required or is it suggested or is it best practices to provide all the information that you had to make this decision when a resident requests Open Book, or is that an ongoing research that you guys do, and do you make a decision based on how your shop does it, or is it kind of best practices across the field?
Well, so I think it varies. Okay. I mean, the two municipalities that I've worked in, we don't provide. We never provided sales comps to everybody. We generally find out where that conversation is leading. Okay. And to clear up, I guess, a point here, we trended the neighborhood from the base cost model based on the one sale. Now, this is a neighborhood, this is obviously in Swan Creek, but condos sell differently.
Well, these are different types of condos. My question for you is, and I understand what Mr. Sweeney's saying, he's got condos that are across the street and you're going across Fishhatchee Road to Sinatra Way, which is 1.5 miles. But I look at the pictures, these are a different type of condo than Northlight Way, which is 55 and older base condos, and Garden Way, which is more of a enclosed concept. So not to get into all the mathematical iterations here, but just conceptually, is it safe to say, Andrew, that you looked at kind of similar types of condos, if you will, maybe not just proximity condos? Is that safe to say, or?
I'd say it's safe to say that when I was doing the comparisons, I initially selected a different one for, I believe, comparison 3. It was another.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why did you grab Sinatra Way, which is across Fishhatchee Road?
Well,
I can probably speak more.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's fine. I mean, they kind of look similar, so I get kind of that. I want to answer. I dare to speak for the homeowner. Mr. Sweeney's asking, hey, there's a bunch of stuff I'm providing across the street, and you guys are going across the road.
Well, I guess the question to those comps were any of those adjusted? And then B, there's the way our sales comparison function works in our software program is such that it has predetermined inputs that spit out what the system thinks are the best comps. Okay. Now, it's not infallible. One of the ones that it picked for a high rating was Glen Arbor Way. I mean, there's not a ton of two-story condo sales in this specific area. There's one that we mentioned for, I don't know, whenever it was, right down the street in 2025 that sold for $450, and his property is currently assessed at $456. We have 10,000 parcels that we have to assess. We don't have the time or resources to do a single property fee appraisal on every one of them. So we do mass appraisal. That's what's dictated by the state statute. Yep. And to see a sale at $450,000 for the same floor plan with not very much difference between the two, and to see his assessment at $456, to me indicates that we're well within the ballpark. We didn't use that sale. I can't say that sale's arm's length or not. I don't know. We haven't reviewed it yet, but
was that with the 5207? Was that?
Yeah, and that sold in May. To me, I think the process that we've done here isn't different than what we would do for anybody. If somebody came in and said, "Hey, I'm looking for a true sales comparison report," then we would provide that to them. that's not how our valuation models are inherently set. Like I said, we'll use sales from the neighborhood. In this case, we had one sale in a neighborhood of 24, I think, parcels that are condos in Swan Creek. Yeah, it's not a huge sample size, but it is one, and it indicates where the market is at, or where our assessments are at compared to the market.
He's 2550 square feet. What was 5207, you know? Matt, rough, 2550, is that what you said, sir? Your square footage, Mr. Sweeney, 2550, roughly?
Yeah, I think that's around what it is, yes.
So theirs is 2706.
Okay.
Yeah, that assessed value was higher previously, and I think that's probably why.
Eldon, anything else for now?
No.
All right, you want to go to bounce over to Carol here? She's got a question.
I have a question. As you're running all of these through your appraisal software, this is the second reevaluation year in a row. If that neighborhood came up at a roughly 11% increase, do you have anything in your software that would show that this particular piece of property went up 24? Should that not stand out?
Not necessarily. I mean, it varies by neighborhood. So I looked this up while we were talking, and properties in this neighborhood saw an average increase of around 25%. And that's not atypical from what we saw for a lot of condo neighborhoods. This is more, I guess, anecdotal and a hypothesis on my part, but I think what we've seen with condos is such that they've become affordable housing, more or less. You know, there's not a ton of single-family homes that go for sale, and when they do go for sale, they're just not as affordable as maybe some of the condos are. So I think we're seeing a larger push for people that want to buy condos for a variety of reasons, but that's, I think, why a lot of the condo neighborhoods
Can you isolate what the actual condo assessment increase was?
I could. It would take a pretty significant effort. This neighborhood, I know, we do break it out by neighborhood, and so that was...
so you can't just toggle on it to say single family versus condo on the spreadsheet? I mean, I'm just talking from a real estate.
No, we could get there, not in such a simple way. We would have to do, because they're filtered by neighborhoods, so we'd have to break out the condo neighborhoods, and we could do some math. It would take a long time to get there.
My spreadsheet does 4 condos in my neighborhood, right? That's what my spreadsheet does.
That's what the MLS does too. Hey, Mr. Fairchild, any questions, buddy? It's okay if you don't have it. Andrew, what do you got?
My question was the same as Carol's, so just trying to figure out the discrepancy in percentages.
Amanda, thoughts, questions right now?
Not right now.
Okay. I just want to zero in, just for me, as someone who knows Swan Creek pretty well. We all know the city, but I knew Swan Creek pretty well because I lived there for a long time. This is a dummy question, Andrew, but I just want to go back to what I asked earlier. I just get the sense that his comps, Andrew's comps, are just different looking condos, I don't know how to say it, than Northlight Way and Gardens Way and what's the ones in the corner? Keystone or no? What were the North? No. Help me out. What were the third bucket of condos you had, Mr. Sweeney? It was what? Cornerstone.
Cornerstone.
Yeah. These are shared wall, open the door up, the front door, single entry kind of stuff, more of a home-looking condo. Is that fair to say? I'm just trying to, I don't get, like, I'm not as trained as you guys in kind of all the metrics that you use, but
yeah,
I guess I can understand why he grabbed the comps that he did, is what I'm trying to say. I can understand it, Chris, so it's a wide open question that you can certainly jam me up on, and I appreciate it if you would. I can see why he picked those condos compared to Northlight Way or Gardens Way. Mm-hmm. Even though Gardens Way he can see from his backyard, I understand what Sinatra type of condo looks like in the living capacity in those. I've been in some of those homes. Just give me a little bit more, and Andrew, I'm not picking on you here, but I just want a little bit more of why you did that. Just help me explain, because I agree with why you picked those comps, but I just want a little bit more for the record.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they required the least amount of adjustment.
And why is that?
Because they're the most comparable, is what I would say. I mean, I don't know specifically about Gardens Way or Northlight Way. I don't know offhand if they're senior living, but they're different. They're just different styles of condos. Yeah, I mean, these condos are part of a larger neighborhood. Swan Creek and North, I know at the very least, like North Lightway, it's all just kind of, it's a little condo complex more or less. I think if you're driving through here, you wouldn't inherently know that these are condos. You might think they're duplexes or whatever. So they just represent a different market segment to me. And that's part of the reason why we would have picked them. And ultimately, yeah, I think they're the most comparable.
Okay. Can I say one other thing?
Then we're going to wrap it up.
But that's the other thing. Like, if you look at our condos, they are different than some of these that I selected, but these were in the area and they were the same age. You could argue that my condo is actually more like a family housing, right? Because I have to take care of my yard. I have to shovel my walk, right? I don't pay like a big condo fee like these other places do where they have their lawn and stuff done for them and snow plowed. So, and my square footage is probably closer to some of the single-family homes.
Yes.
So if you really want to make an argument, that'd be my number 3 item that I listed on my thing, is compare me then to the general neighborhood of Swan Creek, which had about 11% increase. So if he wants to use that argument that the ones I picked are not good, then I'll take the argument.
Is that an apples to oranges conversation, Chris, that he's trying to tell us here?
I think so, yeah. I think condos just, they tend to sell differently, as I mentioned. I don't think the approach is inherently bad, and I just think that they're different. And if we would have looked at our comps and our value would have said, hey, this thing's only worth $350,000 or $400,000 on a comparable sales approach, then it's like, then yeah, we've got some sort of issue here. But
and Chris, this was not a gotcha moment by not providing Mr. Sweeney the information on July 12th.
No, I think in some sense there may just be a disconnect, and that could be, partially my fault, is because, I live in a world where a sales comparison approach, in a traditional sense, is different than the sales we use to,
I think y'all didn't ask the right question to start us out here. Mr. Sweeney, I'll give you 90 seconds to kind of summarize here before we kind of pull her back up to this level, if you don't mind, sir, if you're comfortable with that. Otherwise, we can start.
Yeah, I just think that the increase in 1 year, to have a 25% increase in 1 year, not 2 years, 1 year, to me, it kind of shows that maybe there's some flaws in the system, right? Because you shouldn't have that much of an increase in 1 year based on just limited sales. So, like Chris even said, he said, well, this system isn't infallible. It's a system, right? It's set up with structured ways to model things. I'm asking you to look at mine and look at all the surrounding properties that sold in 2024 and say, does this make sense? To me, it doesn't make sense. I'm asking for a 16.7% increase. That's larger than most of the people in Fitchburg had. I'm asking for something more than that. I'm not asking for something like I want a flat assessment or anything like that, right?
Andrew, anything you want to add here at the end? All good if you don't. It's all good.
No, I do not.
Chris, you good?
Just one thing. Sure. There's the concern about overall increase. I hear it. I've heard it a lot, as you might expect, but we had a number of condo neighborhoods and just single family neighborhoods that increased at that rate. It's not, and it's inherent on what our 2024 assessments are. So if it happens such that we had a neighborhood where our 2024 assessments were lower than they should have been because maybe we didn't have any sales or whatever there might be, we have to bring them up to what we believe market value to be. So it is a lot in 1 year. I will concur with that, but it's certainly not alone. We had a number of neighborhoods that were in that ballpark.
All right, I am now closing the testimony on this case. I will now open it up for deliberations in this case by my colleagues on the Board of Review to state, based on their sworn testimony presented, whether assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. And Amanda, this is why you get the big bucks to sit on this committee. We got to make decisions. All right, so you have in front of you, very impressed with the homeowner, smart guy, brought in a lot of stuff, took it very seriously. Obviously, Andrew and Chris are professionals that the city proudly employs. Open up for discussion. Carol, you want to lead us off, or thoughts? Okay. Mark, you said come back to you.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to.
Oh yeah, you go ahead, bud. You're always a good leader in things.
So just, looking at Rule 21, we have to presume that the assessor's valuation is correct.
Hold on 1 second. Rules and procedures that sit in front of this committee.
I'm looking at page 19, right at the top, Rule 21.
Why don't
item
you
A.
read that for the record, just?
Valuation decision, and this is under valuation decision or procedural determination by the board. The board shall presume that the assessor's valuation is correct. That presumption may be refuted by sufficient showing that the valuation is incorrect. After weighing the evidence before it, if the board determines that the assessor's assessment is incorrect, the board shall lower or raise the assessment accordingly and shall state on the record the correct assessment, and that that assessment is reasonable in light of all relevant evidence that the board received. So this is one where I'm feeling a little uneasy that, you know, I understand that the comp sets, I'm not totally convinced with this comp set yet. And not to say that it's incorrect.
Which comp set, sir?
Yeah, sorry.
City provided one?
The city provided one. I think as a visual person, I would want to, you know, if comparison 1 and 2 are, you know, high on your list, and then comparison 3, the Sinatra Way is, you know, down the list. What is in between that? And I am not as familiar as Mr. Pfaff on, you know, these areas. And
that's fair.
Have not been in them, so I don't know. You know, if I'm looking at the comp set that, you know, that you provided, sir, I definitely see that there, you know, pretty big discrepancy in my opinion. So I think we need to get to the determination of if we are okay with the comp set used. I think that's the discussion we need to be having, because if we're not okay with that, then I think that then maybe we can't assume that the evaluation is correct. So I want to focus on that.
Sure, I want to, anybody else on that question? Otherwise, I want to talk about that a little bit. But is it okay if I guys jump in? I feel comfortable with that comp set. I totally empathize with the homeowner, the city's assessment rates. No offense to Chris, he's doing his job, but we're hearing it everywhere. Totally understand it. I just feel that a Gardens Way condo, a Northlight Way condo are just not the same as the homeowner's condo based on his comments about single family, comments about kind of usage. I feel comfortable with the comp set. I'm a little, and this is bad timing, that the property accepted offer in December and didn't close until May. Is that correct? 5207 or something like that? What was that December?
It closed in May. The one, there was another sale that we would have used to trend the neighborhood that was done sold in December. It's comp 1. So
a condo on Cornerstone Way, again, we'd love to have a road trip with this committee, but a condo on Cornerstone Way is not the same as the one on T-Berry. They're just different type of homes, different type of client base that goes there. Mr. Sweeney's stuff is spot on in terms of apples to apples, but I think this is a little bit of an apple to an orange or a tangerine. So I don't feel like I'm sticking my neck out. I certainly, again, not to sound political here, but I totally hear the guy on the assessment rates. Holy mackerel. That's not anything against you, Chris. That's not anything against you. But anyway, that's to answer your question, Mark.
Good, thank you.
Carol?
Oh, and one of the things that I noticed too in the Blue Iris Way, Gardens Way, Northlight Way, those, you know, the percentages that they went up is roughly the amount that our applicant is looking to. I mean, it's about the same amount of change. You know, you're talking, they all went up about $60,000. The percentages are different and lower. But it is about the same amount of money for something to go up, it looks like.
So synthesize what you're saying there a little bit, Carol.
So if one went from 342 to 415, you're talking roughly that it's, you know, 60,000. You got 335 to 399. You got 336 to 396. It looks like everything went up roughly, at least in that Northlight group, went up about 60 grand per thing. And it looks like the difference here he's looking at is about 56 up to, so you've got about 60 there too, right?
Yeah.
Is what he's debating. So it's almost, it's just unusual that the percentages look the way they do. And as someone who just had 2 back-to-back assessment increases similar to yours on my house as well, I don't, it's not like you're asking for a ton, but yeah, I get how frustrating it is to have 2 big assessments like that.
Amanda, anything you want to share?
I follow the line of thinking that you've indicated in that there's, condos can be inherently different depending on the type of usage of them, and while I think that the information Mr. Sweeney has provided is compelling, I think that the information provided by the assessor's office is as well, in that there's other types of, there's maybe a couple different types of condos, and they are comparing the ones similarly and perhaps differently than the others.
Andrew.
I'm inclined to uphold the city assessor's valuation. I guess that's
fair.
That's all I have to say.
Mark, last comments? We'll
Yeah, I have
one more time.
Question for Chris and Andrew here. Based on Mr. Sweeney's comments that, if his, his condo operates and is a little bit more like that single-family home set that he had mentioned, would it be a worthwhile exercise to look at an entirely different comp set then and actually base it against that, something more similar to that, not necessarily what you did and not necessarily the comp set that he did, but a third comp set that would be something more to the single-family homes in that general area? Would that be a fair thing to maybe consider?
I don't think so, and it's just strictly because condos have a lot more restrictions on them. They're just different, so.
Okay, thank you.
You want to give us one more shot here before we make a decision? Or you don't have to, Bud, just checking in.
I feel a little like, this process sort of ties our hands in a lot of ways.
Of course.
I have concerns, but I'm not sure that this would be the appropriate time to talk about them much. I'm going to voice just a couple.
Yeah, please.
One of the big ones is just, surrender to algorithms, software, stuff that's got things going on behind the scenes that are not unpacked, and that we don't think about what they mean. And so, when someone has a rate increase that stands out, and you go back to averages to say, well, this fits within the averages that we're seeing, except that averages themselves can be deceptive. If you have one really high outlier, it raises the average for everyone. And so for me, that doesn't necessarily unpack what's really going on. And I guess one question would be, at what point does the assessor's office take a deeper dive into what's going on? So if a homeowner comes to you feeling as though they have an anomaly, and you give them one comp when you had 3, and you don't unpack what, in terms of the averages, that's just the fallback and not really a good deep dive into what's going on in community. I raise these issues just because I myself am feeling the personal impact of these really high percentage increases, which seem to be based on this mass assessment techniques that are being implemented by everybody these days. And I guess I'm just a little frustrated with it myself. So I say that I feel the homeowner's pain. And while my hands might be tied by what we're supposed to do here and the way that the laws are written right now, I do think it would be worth having a deeper dive by us maybe with you, so I understand what's going on in the mystery box a little better. And that some kind of way that mystery box be unpacked for everybody so we know what's going on. Like falling back on just averages to me is not enough. If I'm on the house in a neighborhood with one really huge house or one really big condo and that one has a huge increase because it's sold, that raises everybody's average in the neighborhood. But, you know, my house, which might be the smallest house on the block, shouldn't have a similar kind of increase just because. Anyway, those are my concerns. I don't ask anybody to speak to them right now.
It's fair.
I just wanted to put it out there in the record that I think we need a deeper dive about that at some point.
I think the assessing department, if people aren't paying attention, they are now. I'm sure your calls reflect that, Chris. And that isn't, again, anything against you or your professional career. Okay, we're going to make a decision here. I'll make the motion. And I say this as someone who completely respects the process and respects what's come in front of me. I would call for a motion to uphold the assessor's value and read the record, the value of land improvements into the record. Can you do that for me, Tracy or Chris?
Sure, I can.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yep. So we have parcel number 0609-112-6237-2. Address is 5227 T-Berry Lane. The land assessment is $53,900, and the improvements are $403. Total $456,900.
There's a motion by Paff. Is there a second?
Slager, second.
Seconded by Slager. Discussion on the motion to uphold the city assessing department's decision on the property located at 5227 T-Berry Lane. Any more discussion? Mark,
I have
discussion. Discussion.
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
No, then.
Go ahead. One more question. Go ahead. We're going to vote on it.
Procedurally, when you are looking, since Mr. Sweeney indicated he's a statistics person, when you see an outlier in your system, and I'm not using this as an example, just in general, you have an extreme outlier. I'm a numbers guy as well. You generally remove outliers from most sample sets. What do you do with those outliers?
We don't consider them. So we had a number, an easy example is a neighborhood where you have a ton of sales. I think you'd be surprised, there's a pretty tight range of where most of our assessment ratios fall within there. And so if, say, we have a neighborhood that's indicating somewhere in the 80% range assessment to sales price, and then you have a couple that might be 60 or a couple that might be, 90 or 100, we're going to get rid of those. I can appreciate the, concern for outliers, and similarly, if you had a neighborhood there, you have, a couple sales that indicate 60% is the average ratio, and you try to account for that, you're going to have assessments that are too high. We weed those out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
I think this needs to be a roll call.
Oh, roll call vote. Yep, roll call. Thank you, Tracy. Good catch, Mark.
Sorry.
Andrew, you're the vice president. You're supposed to catch that now. What's going on? Come on.
I have it in front of me.
They caught me off guard. Sorry
No,
about that.
it's all good.
All right, so this is a roll call to uphold the assessor's value. Krim Jr.?
I'm going to vote yeah.
Chair Paff?
Aye.
Carol Poole? Aye. Amanda Canessa?
Aye.
Andrew Slager?
Aye.
Mark Fairchild?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I want to thank the objector, and I want to thank you for coming in I really appreciate that. I understand why you're here, sir, and I want to direct our Madam Clerk to provide you with the objector with the determination form. And this is important. If you're not satisfied with our decision, there are appeal options available for you listed at the bottom of the form, and our city staff will help you in that direction. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your everything. We will take just a 3-minute pause here. No need to shut the cameras off. We'll just get ourselves regrouped here. Is the next homeowner here would be, do I have it in front of me, Carol? Where did I put my? Mick Park. Yep. Thank you. Mick Park, Placid Street. Are you here, sir? All right. Give us just 3 minutes to regroup. I find my objection form here. What did I do with that? No, here it is. I'm actually organized. I'm impressed with myself. All right, committee will reconvene. We are now on agenda item. Amanda, you had that in front of me. May I see that real quickly? We are on agenda item 18A, McPark, 2592 Placid Street, parcel 06091614463-2. Sir, thank you for your patience. We know we're here. I'm going to ask everyone to silence their cell phones. Sir, you are the person that's testifying. You're the owner or the authorized agent of the property, correct, sir?
Yes.
Scott's got your mic. Good. Yeah. I'm going to ask our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to swear you in as well as the assessor staff.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
2592 Placid Street.
And your name?
Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
Your name, sir?
My name is Caden McPark.
Thank you. And I will swear in the assessor department. And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leitz, City Assessor.
I do. Julia Stover, Property Appraiser.
The floor is yours, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to read the property. The property, as mentioned, is 2592 Placid Street, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. The parcel number of the single-family home, am I correct by saying that, is 06091614463-2. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes give the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are, the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then, all other approaches to value. Income approach, producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, Mr. McPark, do you have any exhibits that you'd be reading into the record that you could share with our clerk?
No.
None? No exhibits. If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony to the Board of Review to consider the appraisal. So no appraisal.
So
do you have an appraisal of the property?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to get to you in a second. I'm going to ask you, sir, I'll give you a 2-minute warning, and then we will begin with you with 10 minutes to kind of present your information. Then Chris and his colleague Julia may ask you a question or two. Then they will preside, Julia will probably present information to us, and so will Chris. And you can ask them a question or two. Then we may ask you some questions, and then we will bring it up to us for debate and discussion. Again, one more time, sir, please state your name and full address for the record, and please state what you think the fair market value of your property, and please begin your testimony.
Okay, my name is Caden McPark, 2592 Placid Street, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. Basically, in Fitchburg, I just moved here in 2023, and I purchased a house. And my house is the perfectly original condition. That's why it takes more than 2 months.
Real quickly, what do you think the assessed value should be, just for the record?
The 575,000.
You have 574, 500 in the record, but we'll take that. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Fire away. Go ahead.
Yep. So, in the when I get the assessed value from the city of the Fitchburg, then I just see there are the 26 different neighbors, and about their total unit is about 10,000, I think, and it is the less than 50% of the units are the single-family home. When you guys making a trend, I just wondering how you guys can get the ratio from that, because even the 25 the neighbors, there are the totally different. They are my neighbors, Oak Meadow, and even the 5 to 6 the people so-called good areas, and even within the five neighbors, they all different prices they have, and also even the north side of the Mackey Road and the part of Mackey Road are different. Like the Seminole Heights, they are one of the best neighbors in the Fitchburg. But just cross the Seminole Highway, that their neighbors are not that good as much as the Seminole Heights. And so how the trends when you guys make a trend, the totally different when how you guys make a bundle of the area, because I fully understand that there is the very rare comparable houses in the market, and even I don't know. So 2024, I'm not sure. I don't think there is the property sold in the Oak Meadow. And that's why I tried to figure out one of my job also, not main job, but it is the realtor, and I could see the sold houses and the more detail, and I can download the document of the houses, and it is no comparable houses. So I just when I get the result of open book. So just to say, it is the sheet said it is proper value for the house. That's only I got it. Even I didn't get any sales comps or any other the proof based on the result. So that's why I just want to ask which houses you guys made a trend first. Which neighbors combined for the trend, and the other one is which houses you guys make comps for my house. It is because the sales comps also same. So if you choose which houses, it could change the value of the property. It's totally different. So that's why I just want to make sure what kinds of what houses you guys choose for comps, and what you guys consider the matter of the house. Because even in Fitchburg, 2024, I just searched the sales in the 2024. And so within around the 3,000 square feet house, I just narrowed the range from the 2,800 to 3,200 square feet. But there was only 11 houses. But in there are new constructions, and so the total remodel of the house. That's why the effective years are the very recent houses, and that's why I just want to know, which houses you guys compare. And so I have a few houses. It is also different. I just the close. I think that's why the numbers came from.
Okay.
Chris or Julia, do you have any questions for Mr. McPark here?
Okay,
No questions.
we're going to go to them here now. Julia, I assume you're up there for a reason, so go for it.
Thanks, Chris. You got your packet again. And I'll get going. I'm Julia Stover, Property Appraiser 2 with the City of Fitchburg, and I've provided the board and objector with written information on the assessment that I will
Julia,
now...
pause 1 second.
Yep.
Tracy, what are you labeling this ad for us?
This will be Accessors Exhibit A.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Julia, to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Okay, this is our written information on the assessment, and on the first page is section 1, and it's a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment.
Thank you.
I'll read over that quickly. Sorry. I'm Julia Stover, and I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office as a Property Appraiser 2. I have a DOR Assessor 2 certification, and I'm current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for almost 4 years and for the City of Fitchburg since December 2021. The following educational experience qualifies me as a property appraiser. I have a Bachelor of Science in Consumer Science from UW-Madison, a certificate in property assessment valuation from Waukesha County Technical College, and have taken additional courses in property appraisal, as well as real estate courses in building, structure, and design and law. I have attended the Board of Review training in 2017 and 2021, and I've attended each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2021. I have completed property appraisal valuation courses presented by the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers. Section 2 states the purpose of assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2025. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales or reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. And on the next page, you'll see a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. Okay, to note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a low to medium density residential property. It is located in the Oak Meadow neighborhood, located in the center of the city. And the second page shows building permit history. Just one permit on there. Sales history,
And the relevant information from the sales show that this property last sold on December 10th, 2023. And note that the current assessed value is roughly 11.2% higher than the 2023 sale price. Overall, we saw roughly a 10% increase in residential values from 2024 to 2025. And in the Oak Meadow neighborhood, we saw a 13% increase. So that was not, the sale was not a 2024 sale, but I'm just noting the 2023 sale. And on the third and fourth pages, you'll see the notes section. The property was last inspected in 2010, and the property was discussed over the phone with the owner on January 23rd, 2024, after the 2023 purchase. There was a 2025 open book appointment with the property owner via phone call on June 13th, 2025. It was a very short phone call. The property owner did not really want to have much of a discussion or request any more information. You'll also see the land information on that page. Next, on page 5 of the record card, I'll highlight that the structure is a single-family colonial residence, 2 stories in height. It contains 3,297 square feet of living space. It was built in 2005 with an effective year built of 2005, which means we indicate no remodeling. And its construction and quality grade is a B- property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. And there is additional detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the property record card. The 6th page is a sketch of the property. And the next page of the document is the market valuation detail summary. That summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. And the next page is the sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2024. The addresses of these sale properties are 5664 Newtone Street, 5645 Old Oak Drive, 5658 Old Oak Drive, 5667 Newtone Street, 2684 Oak Knoll Drive, and 2619 Placid Street. The sale date and prices, well, they're all in 2024. The dates are listed on there, but the prices are $550,000, $585,000, $700,000, $660,000, $630,000, and $735,000 respectively. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are 2-story and 1-story homes. The gross living areas range between 2,161 and 4,195 square feet. The effective year built ranges from 2005 to 2015. And other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. And the adjusted sale prices are $654,400, $555,300, $510,600, $675,200, $637,100, and $648,000 respectively. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $611,800 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2025. In the next few pages, I included photos from the 2023 sale listing, just to have a visual of what this property is. And in summary, there is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property for 2024. And we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. And based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe the property owner has overcome our presumption that the assessment is correct, and I respectively request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thanks. That's it.
Mr. McPark, any questions for Julia and or Chris?
Yes, thank you for that. I see the sales comps, but I have one question is that when I called the open books, if I ask the sales comps, can I get it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can, during open book, we do provide.
Sorry,
sales comps.
I just misunderstood because in the medicine, City of Medicine, they have a BOA. They have a chance to see the sales comps before the BOR. I'm a little bit busy. I see the comps, but and also the other one is did you see the most of properties the in person in the comps in the list?
I did go into comparison too.
Yes.
And I believe my coworker Trent, who's no longer employed here, he did see comp 3 at 5658 Old Oak Drive, if I'm correct. And I also went into 2684 Oak Knoll Drive. The other ones I did not personally go into. I'm not sure which ones we.
Okay. Yeah. So because all these houses effective ages are just depends on what year built. It looks like it didn't even seems likely they have remodeled the kitchen or bathroom that it isn't reflected. So that's why I'm just curious. And then the other one is comp 3, the 5658 Old Oak Drive in the record. It says the sales comps. That means in the internal the buying and selling. So normally I just think this is although they said the arm's length sale, but we do not consider the arm's length sale. Is it correct?
If it's in this report, we would have considered it an arm's length sale. I can look and see if we made contact. Hang on.
I guess my question while you're looking at Julia, why is, I'm just curious, with comp through 2 and 3 and 6, you're seeing a negative number of second column there, 29,700, 189,400, and negative 87,000. Is that just a readjustment that's going on in that neighborhood? Mm-hmm. What triggers a readjustment?
So that adjustment is, I think it's all of the adjustments totaled. Okay. No, that's not right. Are you looking at under net adjustments on the
yeah, I'm
summary
looking at net
comparison?
adjustments. Yeah.
It's if you were to add up all the adjustments that were made for differences between them, between the subject and this comparable.
Oh.
So the big.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, we had those properties had to be adjusted downward to make them comparable.
Well, the one thing you will see here is there's a lot of action going on in that neighborhood. There's a lot of action. So I'm going to let us ask a few questions, Mr. McPark, and then we can if we got questions for you,
Yeah,
obviously
sure.
you'll be here. Amanda, you want to rock and roll here a little bit if you got questions?
So I note that you give homes grades, and Mr. McParks has a B minus, and I see some of these have, B pluses or A minuses, different things like that. Can you explain to us what those grades indicate?
How long do you got?
Can you briefly indicate to us?
It's just a reflection of more or less quality of construction at the time the property was built. So different levels of fits and finishes are going to result in a higher grade. A property that has granite countertops is going to have a higher grade than a property that has, laminate countertops, for example. That's kind of the.
And so would it, if there are improvements to the home, would that change the grade necessarily or no?
Not necessarily. It could. If you were to, say, take a builder grade home and put nicer stuff in it and change the quality, then possibly. Really where that comes in is condition and effective age. So most of these comps have no renovations to them, as far as I can tell. I thumbed through a few of them, but yeah, typically we would change condition. The example I like to use a lot is if you put a new engine in your car, it extends the life of your car. Similarly, if you put, a new kitchen in your house, it kind of, in some sense, extends the life of your home. So same principle applies.
I have a question for Mr. McPark.
Yes.
And I asked this from a good place here. You didn't provide details. You provided, and that's fine, that's your choice. And you said Zillow and other things, Redfin, were your kind of justifications.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out where you found your number, 575. Is that?
I explained the why I object. They said there is some houses that it is comparable to my house, the size, year, and some other matters. Then I just got the number from them. So,
okay.
And just when I see the sales comes, the gross adjustment is comparison 1 is 34%, and 2 is 39, 3 is the 48%, and the other one's also more than the 50%. I don't believe these are the similar houses. It is the number is the more than 50. That is I feel like totally different houses. They just squeeze into try to matching the house. So I feel maybe less than 20 would be acceptable, but almost all the comps are the more than 30. The latest number is 34%. So 51, 54, 59% different adjustment is how we can say the good comparison for that.
Andrew.
Can Chris or Julia kind of explain those percentages, please?
I think I'd just like to make a comment on that. It kind of just shows that no two homes are the same, and there is quite a bit of variety in the homes, especially in this type of neighborhood. You may see a more tract-built neighborhood that has homes that are very similar, and their percentage adjustments will be much smaller because they are, like maybe a Viridian neighborhood where they're all built the same. They're very comparable, but we just do the best that we can to make adjustments to homes that do not have exact comparables.
I guess one more point to make is it's important to look at the net adjustments too. Gross adjustments is one thing, but if you're moving something up and you're moving something else down, you're making an adjustment there. But the net adjustments on these, they're obviously they're not nothing, but they're not large. They don't stand out to me by and large that as any huge large adjustments. So, and to the point is like, there's no two houses that are the same. And so not adjusting them at all is, not a viable approach, because it's just you're just saying, well, that's comparable, but you're not looking at, well, this one has 3,000 square foot, this one has 2,000. So I think adjusting them, it's what the state or Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual calls for. It's what we do when we do our adjustments or when we do our sales comparison approach. So that's what I got.
Mark.
Just want to make, for the record, 2 points of clarity that what the assessor's office handed out, we did have that discrepancy with that little blurb that was not included, so that just make sure that we enter.
Read that for the record. What do you say?
Yeah, this is what I had read earlier, but I can read it again.
Yes, please.
Quickly here.
Go ahead.
This is what, it just something with a PDF and technology didn't transfer over is all. So it says, I am submitting an objection regarding the assessed value of my property, comparable homes 3043 Rose Common Terrace, 5721 Rossler Lane, 5331 Quarry Hill Drive, 5729 Rossler Lane, and 2684 Oak Knoll Drive, all built around the same time and with similar square footage, were sold in 2024, even without factoring in upgrades or advantages such as location or school district. A simple market comparison yields an average value of $574,500. Therefore, I believe the current assessed value of my property does not accurately reflect its fair market value. And then a second point of clarification on this, on item D underneath that, it does say value 550. I think it is a safe assumption to assume that that's 550,000. I just wanted to make that, and if anybody has any objections to that. My only other comment is I don't feel that with the valuation decision.
Hold your comments if we're making decisions. Let's pull it back up here first. I'm not trying to cut you off, friend, but Mr. McPark, one last round here, about 75, 90 seconds of where you'd like us to end up here. We're going to close the testimony after you're done with your final comments here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. Any final comments from you?
Yeah, actually, I just want to see the sales comps and how you guys compare it. But actually, again, although that is the adjusted ratio, but the more than 50% adjustment is I can understand the that much different houses can say the comparable. So yeah, that's.
Julia, anything you want to share with us before we close this up? Thank you for both of your testimony. At this time, I'm now closing the testimony in this case. I will now bring it back to the Board of Review to open up for our deliberations in the case by asking my colleagues in the Board of Review to state, based on the sworn testimony presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. Carol, you want to kick it off, or you want me to come back?
No, I'll start. I understand that everybody puts a lot of time and effort into their research when doing this, but I think our rules clearly state that we have to see compelling evidence that the assessor is wrong, and I don't see that compelling evidence here. But it does sound like the applicant now has a better idea of what he needs to find for next year if he'd like to come back and try again.
Eldon, anything?
No, I don't really have anything specific to add.
I would concur with my colleague, Ms. Poole.
Andrew?
I just want to point out that in his objection form, Mr. McPark does point out 2684 Oak Knoll Drive, which is also comparison 5 in the assessor's statement. So they do kind of cross paths on that.
Okay.
But I also agree with the rest of the board members that there is not, I guess, compelling evidence to overturn the current assessment.
And Amanda?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues here that based on the rules that we have to follow, there's not been evidence to surmount that.
I would just conclude, I appreciate you going through the process. This is not easy. Obviously, you're a smart guy and you know what's going on in your neighborhood. Thank you for choosing to live in Fitchburg. I want to applaud Julia for her research. I mean, there's a lot of comps out there. I think she did a nice job of kind of sizing it up pretty well. It seems like a reasonable number to me, so I'm going to make a motion to call for a motion for upholder assessor's value, have the clerk read the property parcel number and what the assessed value is recommended by the assessor for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. This parcel number is 0609-161-4463-2. Address is 2592 Placid Street. The land value is $76,400. Improvements are $535,400 for a total of $611,800.
Motion to accept that is the assessor's valuation to uphold.
I so move.
Second. Amanda's first, second by Poole. Brief discussion, seeing none. All those, roll call vote, please.
Elton Krim Jr.
Aye.
Sean Paff.
Aye.
Carol Poole.
Aye.
Amanda Canessa.
Aye.
Andrew Slager.
Aye.
Mark Fairchild.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. McPark, for coming in, and I'm going to direct our clerk, Tracy, to provide you with the determination form. And again, if you're not satisfied with this board's decision, there are appeal options available listed at the bottom of the determination form. And again, thank you for being in Fitchburg. All right, folks, take a little 7-8 minute break here. Okay, the committee will reconvene for our 2 o'clock appointment under agenda item 18C. At this time, we will hear our third and final objection today. We will get started. I'm going to ask everyone to silence their cell phones, and I'm going to ask Mr. Hankey, is that correct? You are the owner or the authorized agent of the property? Okay. I'm going to ask our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to swear you and the assessing staff in.
Thank you, Chair. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
David Henke, 4859 Maple Avenue.
Thank you. I will swear in the Assessor's Department. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leitz, City Assessor.
I do. Ian Sullivan, Deputy City Assessor.
You have the floor, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to read the property in. The property owned by David B. Hankey and Sandra K. Hankey of 4859 Maple Avenue, Fitchburg, 53711, parcel number 0609-241-8565-1. And the type of property is a single-family home, and the owner's opinion of value in the record is $466,943. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Standards of Evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the next best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value, income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include in comparison to your neighbor's property unless it was recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, Mr. Hankey, are there any exhibits that you'd be reading into the record? If so, please share them with our clerk.
All right.
Make sure you save one for yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I would ask you to label this as Objectors Exhibit A. Thank you. Okay. If you have an appraisal of the property under the review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider appraisal. No appraiser today? Okay. Since we have a full agenda, well, we're coming towards the end of it, we're going to give you a 2-minute warning when your presentation time will be ending. My friend Scott on the end on the right there has a clock for 10 minutes. He'll give you the 2-minute warning. And at this time, I'd ask you to state your name again, your full address for the record, and what you think the fair opinion market value is your home as you begin your testimony. So 10 minutes, sir.
I wasn't aware I only had 10 minutes. My name is David Henke. My address is 4859 Maple Avenue. And the value that I averaged between Zillow and Redfin was $466,943. All right. Thank you for hearing my objection today. I've never done this before, so not really sure, what's the right approach, but just some observations. So I looked at the values of my neighbors' properties, assessments, I should say, and the property tax, and I found that in last year, I apologize for not noticing last year, but last year's, the average increase was 1.46%. Ours was 2.71%. The average property assessment increase for 2024 was 13.58%. Ours was 15.21%. So there's sort of seems like a trend of ours being increased at a faster rate. For this year, we don't know I assume we don't know the property tax yet. I was told that's in December.
Be set in December, yes.
So based on last year, I just, assumed that it was the same percentage. And once again, my property tax and assessment increases are above average. I guess the assessment we can see today. On the next page, I show the first page of the Redfin, which shows the estimate is $462,816. When I did the objection was a few days ago, so this could have changed a little bit, but still in the neighborhood. And then on page following, Zillow shows the estimate is $471,200. On the page after that, I asked my insurance company what the cost of building a replacement home would be, and I noticed a number of errors in their assumptions about what on my property. Usually they're in excess of what we have, but they came up with $475,000. Now, I want to point out that this is not a new property. We have lots of problems with it. Our existing house has circuits that don't work. There's light switches that don't seem to do anything, a light in the backyard that doesn't work. The circuits blow in the kitchen when we run the microwave and the toaster oven. We have flooring problems. We have peeling paint. The dehumidifier runs continuously. The basement is flooded in the past. Floor drain backed in the day we moved in. Furnace needs replacement. Air conditioner can't keep up with the temperatures lately. It can't keep it at 74 even sometimes. We have ants. We live right next to a duplex, which sometimes has had problems. I don't know if I should go into that, but it's not a perfect situation. I looked at what else I could provide in terms of evidence. I couldn't find a house that has all the qualities of ours that's recently sold, but I found 3 that had sold that were somewhat similar. So the first one's on White Oak Trail for $455,000. It has 3 beds and 2 baths. We have 3 beds and 3 baths. It has more square feet. I assume that's on the first floor. The next one's, looks like a two-story. We have a one-story. It's a ranch. This is not. However, it's still, sold for less than ours. And it has 3 beds and 3 baths and similar amount of square feet. And the last one's in Fitchburg. It's at $450,000 was what it was sold for. And it has a similar lot size, and I can't really tell the rest, but those were some comparables that I found on Zillow. So I think I got through the whole packet there in 5 minutes. I don't even, maybe not even.
Anytime if you're good. I was just throwing that out there. Keep going. Otherwise,
I appreciate it.
you take your time, and then we're going to have Chris and his colleague Ian may ask you a question or two.
Okay.
And then they'll give their testimony, and then you can ask them questions, and then
great.
we may ask all of you questions, and then we'll pull it back up to us. So I have no intention of rushing you, so if you have more information to share with us, please do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So there's some back and forth possible. That's
Yes,
good to
sir.
know.
Okay, I will then turn it over to Ian, is it correct?
Correct.
Welcome to the city, friend. Introduce yourself, and I guess you're right, and you're taking the lead on this one. Chris doesn't do anything anymore, right?
Yeah.
Not much. Go ahead, Ian. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Ian Sullivan. I'm the Deputy City Assessor for the Assessing Department of Fitchburg. And I will be, Chris will be providing the board and the objector with written information on the assessment that I'll now summarize.
Sure.
On the first page, section 1 in the summary is a summary of my qualifications to complete the assessment. I'm Ian Sullivan, and I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department as the Deputy City Assessor.
Ian, hold 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just give 1 second. Yep, sorry about that. It's Tracy, what are we labeling this here?
This will be Assessor's Exhibit A.
And Ian, we're going to have a little clock on you here from...
I'm not sure that we did an exhibit number or letter for Mr. Hankey's, did we?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
apologies.
I want to point out that the objection to the property assessment, I sent a revised version to Tracy. So this is the first one where I didn't have all the details.
Tracy has a copy in her email?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have a copy of it if you need to make copies.
Okay, all right.
The copy in your packet is dated July 21st.
Okay.
That's the revised copy. The original one was sent on July 15th.
So we do have the updated one.
You do.
Excellent. Okay, Ian, now we're ready for you, buddy. Didn't mean to cut you off. You're all
All right,
good.
no worries.
Keep going.
So I'm the Deputy City Assessor. I currently have an Assessor 2 certification through the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, which expires next summer, May 31st of 2026, and I am current with all my required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for over 12 years. I've recently been hired as the Deputy City Assessor starting in April of 2025 here in Fitchburg. I previously worked for 10 years for the City of Madison Assessor's Office and 2.5 years for the City of Janesville prior to that. I was employed as a Property Appraiser 3 at the City of Madison, and I was responsible for valuing residential and multifamily properties. In the appeals process, I was involved in open book, border review, and post-border review appeals at the Department of Revenue. I was also a member of the Board of Assessors for the City of Madison. The following educational experience qualifies me as a deputy assessor. I have a Bachelor of Science in Geography with emphasis in cartography from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And I've attended various quarterly meetings and classes with the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've attended classes and classes presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers, IAAO. I have attended the annual assessor meetings presented by the Department of Revenue, and I've also attended the border review training in 2017 and 2021. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing the value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of a property as of January 1st of each year, so January 1, 2025. Section 2, Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, which is an arm's length sale of the subject, if that sale is consistent with characteristics of an arm's length sale of reasonably comparable properties. Or Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Section 2, Part B contains a definition of market value, including the criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered an arm's length and be used for establishing true market value. Section 2, Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the fair and equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this was a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages of the property record card contain specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows that the subject property is a single-family residential home. It's located in the rural residential neighborhood built prior to 1984, located on the east side of the city. The second page shows the building permit history and also the sales history. There has not been a recent arm's length sale of the subject property. It shows that ownership was transferred to the current owner in 2019 for inheritance purposes. And there are no detached structures located on the parcel. The notes section on pages 3 and 4 show the property was last inspected in 2022 after completion of an addition and both exterior and interior remodels. The land information is it sits on a 0.455 acre lot valued at $80,000, and there was not an open book appointment in 2025.
He's right next to a duplex.
On the fifth page of the record card, I'll highlight the structure is a ranch-style residence, 1 story in height. It contains 2,048 square feet of above-grade living space, along with 572 square feet of finished basement living area. It was built in 1966 with an effective age of 1981, and this effective age of 1981 reflects the significant amount of remodeling and the addition that was completed in 2022. It is a construction and quality grade C+ property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as good. And there is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The sixth page is the sketch of the property. And then the next few pages of the document are the market valuation detail. The market valuation detail summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2024 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates reasonably comparable arm's length sales. The next 2 pages are the actual sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the subject property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2024 that were used in this analysis of the subject. The addresses of the comparable sale properties used in this analysis are 5687 Wayland Road, 2331 South Syene Road, and 6106 Wayland Road. I'd like to point out that all three of these properties are located in the same rural residential neighborhood as the subject property is. The sale dates of the comparable sale properties are December 24, March of 24, and July of 24, respectively. And their sale prices range from $445,000 to $510,000. The report shows photos and lists the comparative data that demonstrates how the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. All three comparable sales are of C+ graded ranch style homes, which is the same as the subject. The subject and sales gross living area range between 1,450 square feet and 2,048 square feet. The effective years built range from 2000 to 2015. Other data is also listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as lot, building attributes, age, condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. The adjusted sales prices range from $572,100 to $593,300. With the adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties, it indicates that the subject's assessed value of $537,900 is a fair estimate of market value as of January 1, 2025. In summary, this is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property. We completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate expected by the public. Based on the testimony that I've provided today, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and respectfully request that you sustain the assessment as presented for the subject property. Thank you.
Mr. Hankey, any questions for the assessing team? Take your time, sir. Gather your thoughts.
How is the comparable value arrived at on page 1 of the last 2 pages? So it goes from, for example, $499,900 to $576,800. Where does that $76,900 come from?
So those are the net adjustments. So since we're not comparing apples to apples here, not every house is identical. So that is the net adjustment, because we would have to either adjust up or down for value for items that are present and not present within the other properties.
I see. So you're arguing that my property has that much more. I mean, if this property was like my property, it would be worth $576,900. Is that more or less what
I'm
you're
sorry,
saying?
could you repeat that?
I think Chris understood what I was saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, more or less.
Chris, you interpret his question for us. What is he asking you?
So he's asking, essentially, are we comparing apples to apples? So if you were to say, make this comparable as equal to mine as you could, this is what the value would be. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I think I assume that's what you're talking
about. And the answer to that is yes. We can't make them identical, but we can make some adjustments to get as close as we can.
Ian, any idea how many 3-car garages are in that neighborhood?
I don't know.
His immediate neighborhood. Do you know, Mr. Hankey?
There's more than one.
Yours is for sure a 3-car garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ian, what's the difference between a assessment, if you will, of a ranch home compared to a 2-story or different type of model of a home? Is there anything like that? I mean, he's got a decent-sized ranch with a 3-car garage?
Sure. So the cost to actually build a ranch home is going to be a little bit higher than a 2-story because you're going to have additional foundation and cement. You're going to have larger roof, more trusses. There's just more space to be had and built on the land versus a 2-story going up.
Has the city been into Mr. Hankey's house since he remodeled?
The last full inspection was in 2022 after the remodels.
You and your wife bought what year?
We inherited it in 2019.
2019, okay.
And there's been no improvements made since then. Since 2022, rather.
But you did do improvements from 2019 to 2022.
Well, it took us a long time to find a contractor.
Yeah, understood.
So I think we started in either late 2021 or early 2022.
And those permits were all taken out with the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So there is a record of the remodel occurring under his direct ownership.
Correct.
Question on the comps. Chris, to you, just briefly. What is the geographic distance, do you know, between the Whalens and his place? Is it across the other side of town, or is it? Because Whalen's a pretty major east-west road, as you know.
Yeah, so they are, if you flip to, I don't know exactly what number page it is. Maple's going to be a little bit off the map on the far right side. But they're within a few miles, I would say, of this property. I think it's harder to find some of the comps that are in the, call it rural residential
Well, this
neighborhood.
is the conundrum of Fitchburg. We had one of these last year, Mr. Hankey, that was kind of off of Irish Lane or something like that. And so you know, Fitchburg has a unique rural subdevelopments.
Mm-hmm.
Could you, Ian, or Chris, could you guys go in and compare a comp to of his, which is kind of give me a little room here, a densified rural subdivision is Maple Avenue. I mean, there's a lot of houses over there, but it's not like you're living in Oak Meadow or Wildwood South. Could you compare a ranch in Maple Avenue to Wildwood South, or is it just totally different since he's in the rural area?
I see what you're saying. You could do anything if you wanted to. I would, as an appraiser, I wouldn't do that just because, like you said, there's notable differences. You know, there's a pretty big difference in clientele for somebody who would like to live in a, Oak Meadow or, Terra Vista or Highfield Reserve versus somebody who would like the space of a lot in the rural subdivision. So it's just a different market. It's hard to compare the two. You could, but I don't know.
But that's why you didn't do it.
Exactly.
Okay, that was my question. Andrew.
Another factor is those more rural places are on their own wells and septic, correct? Where like Wildwood South is all city sewer and water.
Great.
Yeah,
point.
there's
Great point.
Yeah,
Great point.
Yeah, so if you look at the very first page of the sales comparison, it does show that the subject and all three comparisons are on septic. Comparison 1, 3, and the subject are on well water, but South Saline Road comparison 2 is on city water. So it's still very similar in the sense of uses for connection to the
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Hankey? So I want to go through your analysis here. So are you looking primarily at assessments and the assessment increases, and are you finding some home sales that are close, or what is your definition of comparable sales? Now, there's different ways to do the proof you're making here, but tell me what you're thinking here on your top of your first page of your chart here. But it's all assessments increases, correct?
Oh, yes. On the excuse me, I don't speak the language of real estate, so I'm not sure.
No problem.
Comparables, but like I just was curious to know if the increase in assessment for my house was similar to that of my neighbors. It must have taken me half an hour or an hour to, just put these few numbers together. I assume there's an automated way, but I didn't know what it was.
Understood.
So I don't really know how to obtain comparables apart from Zillow, Redfin, that sort of thing.
Sure. So, Chris, his chart right here, you're seeing that cover page there.
Yeah.
His chart from left to right here is basically just showing assess increases, property tax increases, et cetera, over the last year compared to this year, correct? There's nothing, no sales comps that he's proving to us.
As far as I can tell, I didn't put it together, but that's what it looks like to me. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just taking my time to go through this because it's good stuff, but there's a lot there.
Yeah, I get you.
Why, in your two gentlemen's professional opinion, if my neighbor's house goes up 12%, mine goes up 19%, how does that happen? What factors that? Because I just want to, I say this very respectfully, Mr. Hankey, so please don't take me the wrong way. I think that is a misnomer that's out there. My neighbor's house is only went up 6%, mine's gone up 21%. What are the factors that can cause those two different things to happen, just generally speaking?
Well, there's a number of different things that could go into that. I guess the easiest thing to say is we apply the same modifier, neighborhood modifier, to everybody in a neighborhood unilaterally. So there's some other analysis that we might do that's outside of that, but that's kind of the biggest thing. This is a unique property in the sense that it's been mostly completely remodeled. So in this neighborhood, it's
a sweet property, by the way, sir. It's a nice house, so congratulations. So, go ahead.
But in a specific neighborhood, there's always going to be an average change, and unless if you had all the exact same values, then everybody would have the same percent increase.
Right. So to my earlier question, Amanda, my neighbor, has a 2-story, 2-car garage house that, no offense, Amanda, a little dated. Mm-hmm. Mine is a ranch 3-car garage that's been updated for whatever factors you guys pull in. Well, again, it's your professional job. That can cause this rates, the increased percentages to swing a little bit.
Right.
Okay, so not a loaded statement, but I'll say it. Is Mr. Hankey's nice house, his assessment rate, lack of better terms, he's being punished because his house is a little nicer than the neighborhood, or what's the deal? Maybe punished isn't the right word, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I would say, punished isn't probably the best.
Probably not the best word.
That's okay. I understand what you're trying to get at. I mean, and this is kind of the crux of property tax valuation here is if you have the nicer your house is or the more valuable your property is, the more your taxes tend to be. And so similarly, if you start from a higher value and you apply a percentage to that, a modifier to that, your percent increase is going to be a little bit higher.
You're throwing more factors into the modifier.
Right.
Okay, I've talked a lot. Eldon, any thoughts?
No, just it's an interesting irony, that's all.
You're just in awe of my ironic statements.
Yes.
Carol, save me from myself here.
I agree with Elton. I mean, it is what it is.
It's just, okay, Amanda, I'm sorry, go ahead. If you got thoughts, go ahead.
No, not at this time.
Gentlemen, anything?
I guess I have a question.
Please.
The property owner mentioned there is wear and tear, like some of his circuits don't work, even though it was remodeled fairly recently. Mm-hmm. Is that how you kind of came up with that C plus grade? It was built a long time ago, a significant portion of it has been remodeled, but there are still some existing issues.
I think I see what you're asking, and I guess it's somewhat two-sided, I guess. So the grade is going to be the quality of construction, and we've bumped up the conditions in this case because of the remodels. Now, this home was built in 1966, so even though there might be some issues with it currently, all those remodels have, if essentially what the condition is, or the CDU, is a measure of what condition that house is in relative to its age. So if you go in and upgrade a house built in 1965 in 2022, the condition of that house is better than if it's above average, I guess we'll say. I think if there was a question of CDU or the property owner, we can certainly review the property. We can add it into our field mix for 2026 and take a look if the property owner would like. Those aren't necessarily things we would always make changes for, but we're always willing to come out and take a look.
Where is the duplex in comparison to your house? In your factoring of your number, are you factoring that the duplex could have a subjective impact on your property or no?
Absolutely.
Can you tell me your thinking on that, please?
Reasonably good neighbors now, but there historically been problems. I'm not sure of the reasons for that always, but not just at this property, but at other residents I've lived at, there's been neighbors that are not the greatest, and it seems, unfortunately, like that's more likely.
So that is qualitatively probably true, and I don't disagree with you at all, sir, but can you quantitatively factor that into an equation, Ian, about a duplex next to a house and what it does to a home value?
We could if we had sale data that would provide information.
Subjective information about tenant behavior, et cetera, does not factor into this?
No.
Okay. Because I kind of knew where you were going there, sir, on that point. That's why I asked.
Thank you.
This is the conundrum known as the rural properties, Chris. You and I will go have a beer on one of these. Any other questions for this gentleman here? And then otherwise, I'm going to bring it back up to us. Any closing statements you want to make, sir, at all? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Before we deliberate.
I want to note that the property was not completely remodeled. I think that was stated, or that it was largely remodeled. I don't know what the percentage would be, but the second garage is just as it was. It's 1,000,000 degrees in there right now, I'm sure. The porch is as it was. The main living room was painted and it got new floors, but other than that, it's the same. About half of the basement, maybe a third to 40%, is unfinished and is just as it was. And the bones of the property are the same as well. So it's not completely remodeled. And so my comparison with new construction is not really a perfect one by any means.
Ian, is there anything you want us to take away at the end here?
I would like just to point out that on the exhibit that the objector gave, I think it's on page 4, which was the replacement cost estimate by his insurance company. And on the second page of that, it was showing an estimated replacement cost value of $475,000. Now, replacement cost isn't going to be including your land value. So if you add the $475,000 to the $80,000 land value, we have a $555,000 value, and the current assessment at $537,900.
Okay, I am going to do this now. I'm now going to close the testimony. Yes, quickly, sir, by all means.
Number of errors on the State Farm's estimate, and again, this is for new construction as opposed to older house. But looking at it, I'm trying to find them quickly. My builder estimated the square feet on the upstairs to be 1944 and the lower level finish at 600. It's a little less than, and a little more than what the assessment shows, but that's what I had. The estimate from State Farm appears to be more than that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just it's a lot to get through quickly. We have 3 bedrooms, not 4. That's incorrect. I appreciate your patience, sir.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I get it.
I'm looking at the bold print mostly because I just can't go through that much stuff that quickly. We do not have any fireplace. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, those are the things I noticed in a hurry.
Did you bring
those? I do not think it's worth $475,000.
Did you bring those up to at Open Book?
unfortunately, I had a pessimistic view of my chances here. And so I paid property taxes for a lot of years now, and I have never gone to one of these or an open book. I didn't even think of it until I looked at my pile of paper again, and I thought, at some point, I won't be able to afford to live here anymore. You know, when I retire, I may have to move, which is unfortunate because this was my wife's parents' home, and I'm sure she'd like to stay. So I felt I should do what I could.
Well, I appreciate that. So at this time, I'm now going to close the testimony in this case. I will now open up for deliberations in the case by asking the Board of Review members to state, based on their sworn testimony, presented, whether the assessor's valuation is correct or incorrect. Thank you, gentlemen, and we'll close it up for now. We'll leave it for discussion for us. Well, I will be that guy again. My mother would say, there goes Sean talking again. Well, because no one else is talking. So anyway, go ahead, Mark.
Sean.
Thank you, Carol.
Mr. Hagee, I appreciate you kind of pointing out those higher level things with the State Farm's evaluation on that. And I would agree with you that if there are things that, a whole bedroom less, I think that would obviously bring, that value down. But Mr. Sullivan's point, when you add in the land value, even if we come down a little bit, I think we're there. And unfortunately, I don't know if we overcome the burden of proof of the assessor's value. But I do see what you're getting at with that. I really do. So I just wanted to state that at this point, I don't think that I can get there. So I would say that the assessor's valuation, we would need to be upheld in this case right now.
Amanda, anything you want to share?
I mean, your statement about, feeling like you can't afford to live in Fitchburg anymore, I hear you. Words similar to that effect have been said in my own home as well. It's and probably many here, and frankly, people I talk to in the community and in my office, I think that's the feeling a lot of people have with the house prices doing what they have been doing, and so I that resonates. Unfortunately, I think there's there is a high burden here. The presumption is with the city, and I don't know that that has been met at this time.
I agree with the previous two members that I think our hands are tied in terms of what we're going to have to do here. But I certainly also agree with the homeowner about how it's feeling to live here right now.
Andrew?
Yeah, same statements, and he's setting prices based on how houses sell and,
I think, Carol, anything you want to add before I kind of wrap this up before we get a motion here?
I was just going to say, as a retired person living on a budget I'm not used to yet, when mine went up again too, mine went up quite a bit 2 years in a row, I thought about coming to Board of Review. I sit up here so I know how hard the burden is, but I thought about it and I looked and I went out and did some research, and we have the same conversations in our house. Can we still afford to live in our house? Should we downsize? Should we move to an apartment? And we can't live cheaper than we can live in our house, even with the increases we've had. The real estate market is insane right now. And I think it's good because your investment is worth more. However, it makes it tough to make ends meet, and I understand and sympathize 100%. But we have a very high bar of what we need to see in order to overcome the assessor's assessment. So, we have to follow our rules.
Okay. I would agree with all that's said, but I also want to just point to the fact that 2 years in a row is a lot, and we've had a conversation beginning this meeting many hours ago about kind of the city and their assessment pattern moving forward. But these rural properties are really a unique thing, and I applaud you for bringing this stuff forward, but the key, the one I was asking my questions were, and Ian, I think, did a nice job of finding properties that are similar, maybe not right across the street, but these rural properties are tricky in Fitchburg, and it's hard to kind of find similar ones very next to each other. That's what makes Fitchburg such a unique city that way. I do think that the value that the city was provided could easily be proven out there. You may disagree with me, sir, but the assessed values in some houses that are selling, there's one that's, I know it's not a comp we can look at, but there's a house in Hillside Heights that could be a similar neighborhood to yours that's listed for $625 that has an assessed value that's well over $540. Wow. That just went on the market for what it's worth. So I'm not saying anything, but that's just proof point, as Chris's staff knows, Hillside Heights is a rural subdivision. So I feel your pain, as they say, but I just think at this time I'm going to ask the clerk to read a motion to recommend the city board of review uphold the assessor's value, and Tracy, I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. This is for parcel number 0609-241-8565-1. Address is 4859 Maple Avenue. The land value is $80,000. Improvements are $457,900 for a total of $537,900.
Motion by?
So moved by Slager.
Seconded by Fairchild. Any discussion at all? Again, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you for coming in. I would ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Krim Jr.?
Aye.
Paff?
Aye.
Poole?
Aye.
Knessa?
Aye.
Slager?
Aye.
Fairchild?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hankey, for coming in, and I direct our city clerk, Tracy, to provide you with the determination form. And if you're not satisfied, by all means, with our decision, there are appeal options available at the bottom of the determination form for you to follow. Tracy can point you in that right direction. As she does that, I want to thank Chris and your team. Chris, you stay in the chair there. We're going to figure out a calendar here next. Everybody else take out your, I can't say Blackberries because I'm dating myself. Take out your smartphone. Blackberry, wow. Take out your smartphones. We're going to find a couple dates here once Tracy gets back in her chair, but you guys start looking at some stuff here.
Can I add one more thing, Sean?
Yes, please.
This is maybe a different topic, but I think it's related, and please pass this on to the, I don't know if who decides these things, but I've observed the building density increase, and it's heading my way, so my rural property may not be rural for much longer. My understanding was that Fitchburg was started with the idea that Madison wouldn't take over, and I don't see much difference between what's happening south of Madison to what's happening in Madison as far as building, so I think that's regrettable. Maybe the people that wanted that to be are no longer with us, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there is a good number of residents that think that that's not what they moved here for.
That's fair, and I'm sure your in-laws, if and where they are, I'm sure would agree with you completely on that statement.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Tracy, you'll take care of you guys. Pull out your calendars, please. Chris, you got your calendar handy, right? So, we've got a little bit of work to do, but as Tracy has said, if you guys all go back to this spreadsheet real quickly, and Amanda, we're going to get you on the road fast, I promise. You've been patient with your time. Try to do some of these, Chris, if we can, in buckets here. Obviously, we got some windswept way stuff going on. We got commercial stuff, waiver stuff, so maybe we could package these together. We'll let you and Tracy determine that.
Yeah.
How we get people here.
Yeah, I think generally we'll probably need half day for the windswept way stuff, probably another day, maybe half a day, 3/4 of a day, if you will, for the remainder of the residential objections. And then from there, the commercial stuff should be pretty quick, I think. Assuming, if they were to comply with their waiver, then, or comply with their subpoena, we may either A, make a change, or B,
Wouldn't you suggest, Chris, that we do commercial towards the end since you got some subpoena work to do?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
I would suggest that because I don't want us to show up and all of a sudden, the subpoena didn't come through.
Yeah.
Trying to obviously I signed up for this for the money, of course, but anyway, I'm teasing. I don't want to be disrespectful to you, my friends and colleagues on this committee, because we've taken time off of work.
Mhm.
One of the beauties I love about Fitchburg is that working people serve on city committees, which I appreciate. Unique, frankly, in government, especially local government. So, Chris, could we possibly, yours truly threw out a date, a couple of them. I know a couple people are traveling, but Tracy had early on said possibly next Friday, August 1. I know that's a Friday in the summer, but the city calls and they want to hear your texts, objections, people usually make adjustments.
Sure.
Not trying to ruin anybody's vacation. Last year we pulled a guy off a boat from Canada, I think, wasn't Kohlenberg was trying to go to Canada? Tracy, we were talking while you were working that you and Chris can determine kind of who comes in when, but we'd probably put the commercial towards the end because of the subpoena stuff that's got to be done.
Yep. So just kind of a basic overview. I did get an email from property owner Eamon. I did reach out to him on some dates that maybe he would not be available and offered maybe like if we start at 8:30 in the morning to give him that first spot. He did reply with
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Some dates, Friday, August 1st, Wednesday, August 6th, Monday, August 11th, Monday, August 18th, Thursday, August 21st, Friday, August 22nd, Monday, August 25th, and tentatively Thursday, August 28th that he would be available. He'll be out of town August 7th through the 10th, the 14th through the 17th, and the 28th through September 1st. Traveling.
Okay.
So just kind of for that one.
So Tracy, do you think we should put 3 dates on the books for right now, or 2?
Well, the way things are looking is, I think if you're okay, if we can meet next Friday, August 1st, for a morning session. I know some people have voiced that they can be here, but they'd like to be gone or need to be gone by noon or 1.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe we can hear all of the windswept way
And
objections.
this guy first, and him on
And or have him appear, and then if we can't get all the windswept ways done, we may have to postpone those.
What about
otherwise, we could schedule just the windswept way ones and then do him first one with all of the other residential properties.
What if we did August 1st? What does August 11th look like for people? A Monday. Open. The 1st till like 1 o'clock, because yours truly's got to be in La Crosse by 4.
I can't do the 1st.
No problem, bro. We can cover you. Amanda, what do you got?
I can be available in the morning of the 1st. The 11th, I'm in court most of the day.
No, I don't want to be with you. Let's shoot for the 1st. Eldon, what do you got rolling here, bud?
I could do the morning.
On the 1st and the 11th? Let's do the 1st first.
On the 1st, for sure.
1st, okay, Tracy, 8:30 to 1 on the 1st. How's that sound, friend?
Okay.
Chris, that mechanically works with your team?
Yeah, it packs my golf game, but yeah.
No Friday vacations for the assessments.
It's all right.
I think I'm unavailable on August 11th. It's a
Okay.
Monday. I'd advise from maybe not scheduling appeals on a Monday, just
problem.
for notices purposes and getting packet material
Yep,
ready.
That's fair.
So let's-
I know, it's all about me, I'm sorry.
That's okay, no, you're the boss here. So August 1st is a done deal, Tracy, 8:30 to 1 we're gonna do.
Okay.
Put that on the books, guys. Andrew, you can, well, you can't call in because we're stuck in the 50s in here, so.
If it's just the morning, I might be able to be
Okay.
here.
No problem.
Do you want to do an 8:30? I mean, you'll make a motion to
yeah.
do all that, okay.
You need a motion for that?
Not right now.
Okay.
We can do them all together.
Let's get one more date on the books, Tracy. What is, so we don't need, what was the other date, this guy, if he can't make it to first, what was the other date you threw at us that he had in his calendar? Not that we want this one taxpayer to dictate our schedule, but hey, what the heck.
Sure, I'm sure he appreciates you working with him.
I think the days that weren't Mondays were 21st, 22nd, and 28th.
21st and 22nd are tough for me, but Andrew's, he can run the shop here. 21st, you guys can do it, but I'm going to be at Wrigley Field, Brewers at Cubs, so I'm going Brewers all the way there with you. You're going to be at that game?
No. How many do we have left residential-wise?
So,
Aside from the windswept way condos?
aside from Windswept Way, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So we have 6 windswept away.
You guys bust out the 21st or 22nd, that works, whatever works for you guys, do it. Does it?
I've got a conference.
No problem, and that's how.
And then, of course, we have to make sure the room's available too, so
Yep.
that's the second piece of it.
28th?
So I asked because we could, if the 28th works for him, that would provide ample notice for all the other folks, presumably.
That includes your subpoena, folks?
Exactly. So, we could, it's somewhat ambitious, but we could knock everything out on the 28th.
28th would be great, because Friday's the 29th, and I actually think we should not work the Friday before Labor Day weekend, because people want to scoot.
10-4.
28th, let's bang it all out.
It'd be an all-day thing, for
Bang it
sure,
out all
but.
day. If you got to scoot, you got to scoot.
Yeah, that's a Thursday. I think I've already got the room blocked for that at 9. We can't start until 9 because Sita's in this room.
That's fine.
So we could schedule windswept ways for August 1st in the morning, hopefully get through them all in the morning. And then August 28th, we could hear the rest of the residential objections with Mr. Amon being first at 9 o'clock, if that works for him. And I know we have an objector in the audience as well. Who do we have?
Gentleman sticks around long enough, he's going to get appointed to this committee, so be careful, man.
Mr. Schenker, does that, August 28th, does that work for you? It's a Thursday, okay. And then try to do the subpoenas and the waivers and all that stuff that day
Yeah,
as
I mean,
well?
I don't want to speak for those commercial property owners, but every one of those cases is already pending in circuit court, and we've had no issues with subpoena compliance in the past, so I don't.
That should go pretty quick then.
I don't expect it to
So
be
that
an
could be a
issue.
September date.
I say that, but
Or you want to do that on 28th as well?
I think we do it. I mean, it's up to you all, but,
No,
you know,
we can bang it out on the 28th, let's do it.
that was kind of my
Because if you
thought.
figure we've got 6 hours for each objection, and there's 6 objections, that's 6 hours, and then it'll be a long day, but.
You know how, I mean, obviously, Tracy, but windswept way is all in the same area, so it may not take.
Correct. But that's going to be just a morning.
Oh, that's the first one.
That's
Yeah,
the, that's
I'll
the
defer to you
first.
guys. Let's, Chris, trust
Do you
your
want to do you want to do one more as backup? Or?
I mean, we can put one more date on the calendar as backup, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you all, but, I don't know. I think I believe.
Let's get it September, geez, September.
Right. And we could do back-to-back days, too.
Okay,
well,
let's
And
hold on a
that's
second.
and the 29th, just so everybody's aware, that's Labor Day weekend.
Yes.
So September 1st, we're getting into a holiday.
Yeah.
What did Friday, September 12th look like in the morning?
I have. That's just a backup one. That should be okay. I've got scheduled maintenance of the election equipment for the whole county coming here.
So that's no.
But Jamie can, no, I can have my deputy
Yeah,
take
let's
care
do
of
that date. Do an 8:30 to noon or 1 o'clock.
Would we need that long
For the subpoena stuff?
if we don't get it done on the 28th?
If we, I mean, it'll, my suspicion is that assuming they comply, it'll take an hour maybe.
All right, I got a
Didn't take
conference
long.
call in 90 seconds, so let's wrap this up. Sorry, I've been sitting here all day, guys. So anyway,
So September
I gotta pay the
September
dang bills,
12th
pay the taxes.
That works for me.
at 8:30.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we adjourn here, Errol took the agenda. No, it is right here. Our next date of this committee, consider act on scheduling additional board of reviews. This committee will reconvene. Is that the right word, Tracy, or what's the word I use?
Sure, so let's do a motion.
I make a motion the committee reconvene on Friday, August 1st at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Second, Poole.
Second by Poole. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And do we need to put the future dates or not yet?
You could.
Okay, and then future meetings would be on Thursday, August 28th at 9 a.m. and Friday, September 12th at 8:30 a.m. Make a motion for that. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Sleeger. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, anything else? I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Good luck with your travels. Nice job.